The sitting is resumed.
Order number 12, sir. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2025.
Senator Cummins.
To the Senate. This morning, we are here to commit to this Honourable Chamber the proposals for the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2025 to 2026. Mr. President, over the course of today's discussions, we will be looking at the way in which this administration proposes to utilize the funds generated by way of revenue and to convert that into expenditure on the respective sub-programs that are captured in what I will probably call the big book. Mr. President, the estimates of expenditure captured in the estimates documents here will cover all of the government's programs by ministry, by sub-programs, and I am going to take us through some discussion around what that looks like, what the government contextualizes during the course of the year. But I want to frame my comments, Mr. President. Perhaps if I were to give it a theme, it probably would be a moment of consequence. A moment of consequence, Mr. President. And why would that be a moment of consequence? Why would this be a moment of consequence? Mr. President, as I go through my presentation, you will see that we have encountered on multiple occasions, multiple moments of consequence. And what we as a government have done, or rather I should say, what we as a country have done on each of those occasions have mattered. What we as a government have done, and we as a country have done, in each incarnation of those moments of consequence has led us to where we go next and where our long-term trajectory takes us. Mr. President, this Barbados Labour Party government was last in power before 2018 in 2008. The government changed in 2008 and we saw the elections of 2008 ushering in the administration led by the Democratic Labour Party. That was, Mr. President, a moment then of consequence. Mr. President, this is a government that at that moment of consequence said to the Barbadian people, is a moment of consequence because there are a lot of things happening. There are a lot of things on the runway up ahead. There are a lot of things on the horizon up ahead. And there are any number of things that we as a people, as a country, and in selecting a government must take into consideration in that choice. Mr. President, in 2007, and I want to take us very quickly because I don't want to depend on the government of Barbados's word on its own. I don't want to depend because on more than one occasion we have had persons who have wanted to raise any number of issues with reports, and now we are at a stage where central bank reports are now being called into question as if we do not understand the importance of our integrity of our institutions. It is a dangerous thing when people in the pursuit of political gain begin to impugn the integrity of our own institutions created by us and for us. But there's a reason why that perhaps could be done, and I'm going to come back to that a little later. Mr. President, in 2007, the IMF Article 4 consultations issued a report. And in that report at that time, they spoke about where Barbados's economy was. It talked then about what Barbados needed to consider, what Barbados was looking at up ahead, and where the government's efforts had rested. Mr. President, those reports, which I will spend a few moments in over the course of my presentations this morning, I am going to speak about the report of 2007, what the moments of consequence of 2008 said to Barbados. Then, Mr. President, I will take us through from 2008, the IMF reports and every international agency and where Barbados evolved between 2008 and 2017, Mr. President, because let there be no mistake. The Democratic Labour Party has absolutely no credibility, any authority to speak about questions of debt, to speak about growth, to speak about development, to speak about investment in people, and certainly not to speak about our social safety net. Let the record, which is published from 2007, 2008, up until 2017, be reflected. There is no member, Mr. President, of the Democratic Labour Party that can stand in this chamber and in any other place and dispute and call into disrepute, I should call it, the reports of the International Monetary Fund. You know, people say that you don't rate your own. So let them impugn the reputation and the integrity of the Central Bank of Barbados. Let them do that, because governments will change over time and they will want that integrity to be intact whenever that time comes. But let them do it now for cheap political points. But I want to know if, who, where, and when is going to stand in front of a microphone and speak about the work of the International Monetary Fund, the reports of the World Bank, the reports of the ratings agencies, and speak about them as if they have not spoken authoritatively on the basis of their engagements with this country. But Mr. President, as I go through my presentation today, I am not only going to talk about the macro. I am not only going to talk about the tale of two governments. I'm not. Because the record is clear, and there are those who don't want it to be what it is, but it is what it is, whether we like it or not. You cannot step back from it. You may want it to be something illustrious, but I'm telling you the record does not support what you want it to be. Mr. President, I would love to be something other sometimes than what we are. I would love to be 5'8", tall, long, thick, lustrous, black hair, white, and but I'm not that, Mr. President. So I can't pretend that I am. My hair is thin, it is short, I am short, and I'm a proud black woman, and I'm happy with that. And it is mine, as I'm being told by the colleague here, it is mine. So, Mr. President, as much as we would want to be something else, the Democratic Labour Party is what it is. It is a poor steward of this country's management. It is a poor steward of this country's fiscal resources, and the tale between 2007 and 2018 tells the tale in well, unquestionable documented form. We cannot pretend we're not what we are. But I want, Mr. President, because I know that there's been a conversation, and I understand the conversation, I actually agree with the conversation. There's been a conversation around when we talk about what has happened since 2018, the government undertaking a debt restructuring, how painful it was. It was painful because of the 2007 to 2018 period, Mr. President. Let's be clear on that too. It was painful because of what the government had to do because of the previous governments did not do it, despite multiple calls to take corrective action. There are reports, Mr. President, that take us back from 2008, 2009, when we talk about the fiscal crisis, which was one of the things that we acknowledge happened, Mr. President, and that there were things that happened as a result of external shocks that affected the country. I will, as I go through my presentation today, in a tale of two governments, a tale of two parties, a tale of two different leaders, also show how this government responded to external shocks relative to how the Democratic Labour Party responded to the 2013 external shocks. A tale of contrast, Mr. President. Two governments facing external shocks, one short-lived, 2013, and the other completely devastating and long-term, globally, and certainly nationally. How did these two governments, at two different points of consequence in our history, respond? Chalk and cheese as the Barbadians would say, chalk and cheese, night and day. And literally, night under the Democratic Labour Party dark, and day, light had come to Barbados under the Barbados Labour Party in the recovery from the Democratic Labour Party's leadership of the country, and then to face a global pandemic and all the things that came with it. Night and absolutely different day, Mr. President. But I go on. Because, Mr. President, recovery, anchoring an economy, and restarting an economy from absolute devastation is high-level, fancy footwork. It don't really resonate with people on the ground. People at the end of the day want to know not just the macro fundamentals. So we are a government, yes, that, Mr. President, has taken the economy from 2018 and begun the debt restructuring process, enter the enhanced financing fund facility of the IMF, undertook an aggressive and, yes, a painful debt restructuring. That's what we had to do. We had to make the decisions because sometimes, Mr. President, your parents, your uncles, your aunts, your so... Just like Buckley's, Mr. President, it tastes awful, but it works. It tasted awful. None of us liked it, Mr. President. But the record will show, and the reports from all objective entities have confirmed it worked, Mr. President, notwithstanding the external shocks, notwithstanding that. But at the end of the day, Mr. President, there is no central bank report on the macro fundamentals that will say to the single parent in Deacon's Farm that there is food on their table when there is not. Just like the Democratic Labour Party cannot pretend that they were not poor stewards of this country, that single mother cannot pretend that there is food on her table when there is not. When we are in communities across the country, Mr. President, people want to be able to connect with what they consider the day-to-day issues that affect them. When we talk about fiscal reserves, the reserves and the exchange rate, that's macro. That's important because this administration, this government, has focused on not just one thing, but two things. The macro, the big overall health of the country, because the country and its health allows us to care for the people in the country. Micro level stuff, meta level stuff, the things that people in their everyday lives are concerned about. When I drive on the roads, I don't want to drop in potholes. That is what matters to people. When I put my garbage out, when the nights come, I don't want stray dogs or cats to come and rummage through it and strewn it all over the place and dirty up the road, the government road. I want to know my garbage is going to be picked up. That's what matters to people. When I put my hand in my pocket, Mr. President, because I want to be able to have a job, I want to know that I have money in my pocket because I went to work this week, Mr. President. Those are the things that matter to people. So employment levels matter to people because behind employment levels are real people. They're not just numbers. When the central bank governor speaks and the Prime Minister of Barbados speaks and the Minister and the Ministry of Finance speak and they speak about the macro fundamentals and they talk about the things that have been done, Mr. President, in this country to stabilize and secure and to set a trajectory for the way forward, Mr. President, it is because they understand that the micro also matters. It is because they understand that when you buy garbage trucks, people want to have those garbage trucks coming out on a regular schedule and picking up their garbage in front of their houses. People want to know that when they leave their houses and they stand up by the bus stop with the bus shelters, that a bus is going to be coming. And they're not waiting for buses that have never come. That happened, Mr. President, because the Democratic Labour Party didn't buy a single bus in 10 years. Mr. President, people want to know as well that the social safety net is preserved. People want to know that when they go in other sessions, Mr. President, we have talked about the social policy issues. We'll talk more about those and we'll hear those issues during the course of today. People want to know that they can access services and get help for the most vulnerable among us. people on the ground do not connect with the macro levels because that's not what's in their day-to-day, Mr. President. And so this government has had to be able to and continues to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, Mr. President. That is why in the IMF staff reports, and I want to take us to the IMF staff report, it is the IMF Monetary Fund Article 4 consultation, Mr. President. The IMF had a couple of things to say in Barbados. In 2014, I'm going back to 2014, but I'm going to come backwards to 2007 in a little bit, just because this one is open on my screen. Economic performance has been weak, and public debt has been high. Foreign reserves are under pressure as fiscal and external balances widened in 2012 and further in 2013. The government at the time announced ambitious budget consolidation proposals in 2013 aimed at strengthening the fiscal position and arresting the slide in reserves. Mr. President, the report went on then to speak about where Barbados was in 2012 and in 2013. They talked about the widening debt, Mr. President. Let me go through, for the benefit of all who can hear my voice, what the widening debt looked like. In 2008, Mr. President, the debt to GDP ratio was increased. It went from 71.09, Mr. President, reflecting increasing public debt. In 2009, Mr. President, it rose further to 86.85. The Barbados Labour Party was not in power. In 2010, Mr. President, it rose further to 93.62%. 2011, it continued to rise, 115%, Mr. President, and it continued on its upward trajectory. 2012, 112%, 2013, 120%, 2014, Mr. President, 130%, in 2015, 141%, in 2016, 147%. Mr. President, in 2017, I want to stop at 2016 for a minute though, because those voices who would have the public of Barbados believe that debt at a certain level is a creation of the Barbados Labour Party, let them go to the IMF staff reports, the World Bank reports. It is there for all to see. And if we talk about the debt, and we talk about the government borrowing more, then the question becomes, what were the things at the macro level that were being done to help support people, the micro level? Were we buying buses, Mr. President? No. Were we buying garbage trucks to pick up garbage to help people? No. Were we expanding the social safety net? In fact, Mr. President, in the IMF staff report of 2016, the IMF said something that I consider to be powerful. The IMF staff report of 2016 talked about the importance of fiscal consolidation, reducing the debt, implementing monetary measures that would help to address the spiraling situation and the weakening performance of the country, address the issues of growth. But they also said something that was important, Mr. President, to the Democratic Labour Party, though, not to the Barbados Labour Party. They said, preserve the social safety net. These people who walk in the length and breadth of this country talking about people, though, these people who want to preach to this government, though, they were told to preserve the social safety net. But what did they do, Mr. President? What did they do? This government, at the time of 2016, that cut University of West Indies education, that same one, preserve the social safety net. The social safety net, Mr. President, of education that is directly and positively correlated to social mobility, jobs and empowerment, people, and allowing people to move income classes upward because of access to education. This government that was told to preserve the social safety net removed it. But they would want us to believe that they are other than they are. This, in 2016, was a moment of consequence, Mr. President. It was a moment of consequence. By 2017, Mr. President, this same Democratic Labour Party administration that has bladed the Barbados Labour Party for attempting in 2018 to, one, clean up the fiscal mess that they created, the social mess that they created, the economic mess that they created, the monetary mess that they created. This government in 2017 commenced debt restructuring discussions of their own. With who? The IMF. It is captured in the IMF staff report of 2017. They would want the country to believe they are other than they are. So even before we came into government, they recognized that they had to do something. It could not continue, Mr. President. Let there be no ambiguity about it. The Democratic Labour Party has no authority, credibility, integrity to speak about the debt restructuring in this country. None, Mr. President, none. They started the discussions, but did not have the guts to do the work, even with an extended period of time for an election that was during August of 2018. Even with 3 more months, they couldn't do the work. So the Barbados Labour Party came into office in 2018. And Mr. President, they have attempted to weaponize the Prime Minister's words when she said, "Give me the vote and watch me." They have attempted to weaponize it. Okay. She said, "Give me the vote and watch me." But what they did not pay attention to, Mr. President, was that this administration, this leader, does not engage in hollow machinations at all. I had never met the Prime Minister before. I believe it was 2017. I'd never met her before. And at the time, the Prime Minister hosted a series of meetings, sector by sector, group by group. Not just any people, but the people who were deeply embedded and vested in each sector. Not just where it was, but where it needed to go. She did that. Across the way, in the West Wing, which is under renovation, there are 2 conference areas, 2 meeting rooms over there, and large groups of people frustrated with the Democratic Labour Party at that time, or simply willing to give the leader of the opposition, as she was at the time, the respect that she had earned, not by shouting and theatrics, but by substance. By substance, by doing the work. And we met. I was one of the persons who met on that other side of this honourable chamber. Education, to trade, to services, to the economy, to fiscal matters, every single matter. And you know, one of the things that I have loved about this Barbados Labour Party, and they try to weaponize that as well, this Barbados Labour Party surrounds itself with people who are experts in their discipline. People who come to serve because they have a given amount of expertise in whatever they, not just want to have expertise. The Democratic Labour Party measures on what you would want yourself to be. We measure on what you already are and how we can get you to be a little bit further. So yes, Mr. President, people who are experts and had local, international, regional expertise in a given area. I could get up tomorrow morning, Mr. President, and decide, you know what? I would love to be a scientist and the best general surgeon on the island, like my colleague to my right. I can't be that, Mr. President, and so I can have no input into how the health sector is going to develop because it's not my area of expertise, Mr. President. That's not my skill. We cannot pretend to be who we are not, Mr. President, and so I can't weigh in on general surgery matters, ophthalmology matters. I cannot be New Rev. I can't be him. I'm not a theologist. I'm not a minister of religion. So unlike some others who surround themselves with aspirants who have no competence in the area and who have to supplement the absence of substance with theatrics, that's not what the Barbados Labour Party does, Mr. President. That's not what we do. And so, Mr. President, we sat across the way in dedicated sessions. And we planned out what would come in, what would needed to be done if the Barbados Labour Party won the government. I was not in all of those meetings. I was invited to 2 in my area of expertise, and I joined those meetings at the time as head of a private sector agency, as I was invited to do, as I would do at any other point. So by the time the government came to office on one day, by the second day, this administration had laid out not a fly-by-night plan, but a fully thought-out, articulated, homegrown plan to rescue Barbados. Because at the end of the day, the macro allows a government to deal with the micro. That's what has to happen. So when I hear the Democratic Labour Party talking about things like the government don't care about people, the government is spending this on this, the government is spending things on, I want to talk about what they spend. I can get there too. Today self. Wait for it. So, Mr. President, by 2018, we restructured. We took the action that the Democratic Labour Party did not want to do. And I started out by saying that we are parents, aunties, grandparents, godparents, uncles. We all know sometimes that when we have to correct those under our charge and those for whom we are responsible, we don't like it. We don't like it. They don't like it. We know, Mr. President, that sometimes it is difficult. And sometimes they get vexed. Sometimes they won't push up the face. Not if they're black children, usually. But they won't, normally. They get vexed, Mr. President. You have grandchildren now. I'm sure your grandchildren are a lot more liberal with your grandchildren than you were with your children. I am certain of that. But, Mr. President, this government came in knowing full well that it was going to be difficult, that it was going to be painful, and that everyone would not like it. But you know, Mr. President, we have a situation with young people now where we are seeing too many of our young people in the court pages. Too many of our young people who are involved in activities that they ought not to be involved in. And Mr. President, we are hearing about a crisis of parenting, a crisis of mentors, a crisis of good role models in their homes and in their communities. We're hearing about that, Mr. President, because sometimes if you were to correct your child in your home, the teacher don't have to do it in their classroom because your child understands the assignment. If you correct your child in your home, they don't become gun-toting people on the street, terrorizing communities, because they understand the assignment and their place in the world, and they understand, even if they don't like the correction, why it is necessary. And this government was clear on the fact that even though it was going to be hard and people would not like it, that like a good charge, responsible entity over your charges, that it had to be done for the good of the country. There was no other way. It had to be done. And so debt restructuring came in with the extended fund facility, and it came in for the purpose of supporting economic reforms and the debt restructuring efforts. By 2019, the IMF staff report, Article 4 staff report said, reforms under the EFF had begun to stabilize the economy with improvements in fiscal balances and foreign reserves. Now, I want to take just a few moments to talk about why the foreign reserves are important. Now, Mr. President, the Democratic Labour Party, tale of two governments, tale of two parties, tale of two administrations. We were at record low levels of fiscal reserves, foreign reserves, by the time we hit 2017. What happened to us in 2020 with COVID when the world stopped and tourism receipts, which is still the main driver of the economy, and it was then under them, if that had happened, we would not have been able to buy the goods and services that this country imports 90% of what we consume. We would not have been able to do it. So let them weaponize that to try to play a part that is not real, Mr. President. We needed to stabilize the foreign reserves. Let me just try to break down why foreign reserves are important. Mr. President, if you are the UK, you buy your goods in pounds. It is an international currency. If you are the United States, you buy your goods in US dollars. If you are a European country, you buy your goods in the euro. If you are China, if you are Japan, you buy it in international tradable currencies. Most developing countries, including Barbados, do not have internationally tradable currencies. We trade in the currencies that I just mentioned for the large part, either one or all of them as a basket. Foreign reserves are therefore required for a country like Barbados to be able to buy the goods and services in particular that we require. That's why foreign reserves matter. Could you imagine if during COVID, where tourism receipts, and I remember one painful month where only a single 1,000 people came to this country, 1,000 people, a country that used to be $1.1 million visitors in a year, we went to 1,000. Could you imagine it when tourism receipts went down to almost zero? What would have happened to our fiscal position? What would have happened if we did not have foreign reserves? What would have happened if we could not buy the goods and services to keep people going? That is what was important between the Barbados Labour Party, with multiple weeks of foreign exchange cover, versus the Democratic Labour Party about to run out of foreign exchange. 2020, COVID-19 happened. Then we had the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in GDP contraction and increased employment. By 2021, the IMF report tells us that there were a number of stimulus packages and health measures to mitigate the pandemic's impact, leading by 2021 to a gradual economic recovery, a tale of two governments. In 2013 to 2016, the IMF staff reports captured the lack of adequate response by the Democratic Labour Party to the global financial crisis. And the reports for that period speak about sluggish to no growth, historic unemployment levels, limited foreign reserves and declining foreign reserves, and I have already shown you increasing levels of debt. By 2022, Mr. President, we saw an economic recovery and a rebound in the related sectors contributing to economic growth. In 2023, the economy further expanded, driven by robust performance in the tourism sector and related construction activity and in financial services. By 2024, the IMF went on to say then, preliminary estimates indicate continued economic growth, supported by diversification efforts and infrastructure development. The debt to GDP ratio, you're hearing me, the debt to GDP ratio declined to approximately 105% by September 2024, reflecting successful fiscal consolidation efforts, Mr. President. That is the tale of two governments. That's the macro, Mr. President, and I want to pause on the macro because I want to then get into the specifics. What did government do for that corresponding period, Mr. President? When I went through the sectoral expenditure data for the entire period, Mr. President, from 2008 all the way up to 2025, it took some time because obviously from government to government, the heads of expenditure change, the ministries are changing around, and so sometimes it was not the easiest thing to be able to find all of the data. But in terms of total expenditure, the IMF acknowledges that it fluctuated by sector based on economic conditions, and with notable increases during the expansionary periods where we saw economic stimulus due to injection of capital, and on the contrast, contraction during austerity measures. Mr. President, in 2008, we saw the economy in terms of the debt to GDP ratio. I've already gone through that, Mr. President, and then we start to talk about the various sectors. You will hear during the course of the next 2 days from the Minister of Health, Minister of Education, and you will hear from us about our social services spending. Those are the things that affect the micro, people. People want to know how these estimates, because there's nobody, and I'm telling you now, I own it myself. If I was not in this honorable chamber, or before I was in this honorable chamber, if I was not working in government, the likelihood of me picking up this book and going through it in a level of detail that we go through it, is slim, next to none. And regrettably, because that is a reality for the majority of Barbadians, it allows the Democratic Labour Party to mislead. It allows them to say all kinds of inflammatory things because they know that the headlines will be what they capture and the people will not read the details of it. They know that, Mr. President, and they have counted on that in order to score cheap political goals in their favor. So, Mr. President, what we are seeing here now, Mr. President, as a percentage of the budget, and I want to take us now through 2008. In 2008, the health expenditure budget as a percentage of total expenditure, 2008 was at 11.22.8%, 11.3%. By 2009, it had gone down to 11.6%. 2010, it went down to 10.73%, Mr. President. By 2011, it went down even further, and it continued through 2015, 9.07% of total expenditure. The Honourable Minister of Health, in his presentation, I am sure, will tell you what has happened since then. But I want it to be on the record that while Barbados historically has always spent the majority of its budget, its estimates of expenditure on health and education, in the Democratic Labour Party period post-28, it went to its lowest levels on record. The same thing applied, Mr. President, to education as a percentage of the total budget. And that included slashing support for the University of the West Indies. And I want to pause here just for a moment to congratulate the University of the West Indies' newest Chancellor, the Most Honourable Mr. Doddridge Miller, who was installed as Chancellor just on Saturday night. We were very pleased to be able to support him at University of the West Indies on Saturday night in his installation, and also to be in a position to hear his vision for the connection between the development of Caribbean civilization and the education sector, and the role that the University of the West Indies plays sitting at the nexus of that development trajectory, Mr. President. So this is the government, this government, that prioritized once more the investment in the University of the West Indies, Mr. President. And so these estimates, under what matters to people, these estimates, in education this year, Mr. President, and you will hear from the Minister of Education during the course of this debate, the expenditure, Mr. President, on education is $474 million in expenditure, Mr. President, of which $98 million is assigned to the University of the West Indies. That is what this government did to make sure we took care of people, the micro, the fundamentals, not just the macro. So dismiss the central bank, dismiss economic growth, dismiss the high-level development and the transformation of the economy. But those things, Mr. President, have allowed this government, even when we did not have economic growth in 2018, to assign the resources under the estimates of expenditure to the University of the West Indies, so that the single mother, who herself never had an opportunity to go to university, but always dreamed and hoped that the history and the legacy and the legacy of Errol Walton Barrow that allowed her to go to university that was destroyed by his own party, that she could go back to the University of the West Indies. But it is the party of Tom Adams that brought free education back to the University of the West Indies, and it was the party of Tom Adams that said to the Democratic Labour Party, no, you can defile your own legacy, and if you don't know your own history, we are going to teach you. We must restore tertiary level education to the University of the West Indies, and we've done that. It is captured in these estimates in an assignment of $98 million, Mr. President. The things that matter to people, the things that people want to be able to hear. The health minister is going to speak today, and I've already shown you how, as a percentage of total expenditure over the last several years, how this administration has continued to increase its allocation to health. $294 million $217,812 allocated to the Ministry of Health in these estimates, Mr. President. The things that matter to people. In environment, under the Ministry of Environment, Mr. President, the things that matter to people, and I've spoken about it before, are your garbage trucks coming out into your community to collect your garbage. $101 million, $121,000 allocated to the Ministry of Environment. And the reason why I say the Ministry of Environment is because it is under that ministry that garbage collection falls. It is Sanitation Service Authority falls under the ministry with responsibility for environment, yes. I see some puzzled looks, but I suppose it's not just one person who doesn't know how to read a big book. But the Sanitation Service Authority falls definitively under the Ministry of Environment. In transport, Mr. President, a significant portion of Barbados's debt has come under the Ministry of Transport and Works, specifically from the Inter-American Development Bank and from CAF. And under those two loan programs, Mr. President, the new roads that we are now driving on in this country from St. Lucie to St. Philip and everything in between have come under a Barbados Labour Party government, when only in a previous government, the only roads that got fixed were those in the constituency of the then Minister of Transport and Works. Only ones, and that wasn't even a full fixed road. Now we are redesigning roads, rebuilding roads, milling and paving roads, doing short roads, doing major roads, redoing highways, Mr. President. That's a Barbados Labour Party government. It didn't happen under the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. President. It has happened under us. They want to be who they are not, Mr. President, and they speak in terms as if they're having out-of-body experiences without recognizing that the history is what it is, Mr. President. There are countries that can pretend that they never had slavery. There are countries that can pretend that they never were slave masters, and they want to pretend that it was not, and so they come and they say, oh, that's time past. That's no longer a relevant conversation. But we're here in a lot of ways because of that history. And like the slave masters of old, the Democratic Labour Party want to pretend that they can erase their own history. But they cannot. The history books are clear. In this case, the economic reports are clear. So, Mr. President, I want now to get into some of the specifics of the estimates. In the second half of my presentation, I wanted to focus in the first part of my presentation on the macro fundamentals, how it connected to people, how it connected to the things that matter most to people. Because, Mr. President, when we walk out of here and we drive through town out there, on any given day, Mr. President, the majority of the people who were walking through Bridgetown the other day don't walk through town. They don't walk through town normally, Mr. President. They drive through with their windows up, tinted windows on, air conditioner on, and they pass the people like an exam.
All of a sudden, no.
All of a sudden, they speak in grand Elizabethan terms and Victorian language, right? Words that most of us can't pronounce, Mr. President, but all of a sudden we walking through town, though. Since when? All of a sudden, people understand, Mr. President, people are not foolish. So, Mr. President, environment, $101 million. Health, $294 million. Education, $474 million. People matter. We're putting our money where our mouth is. People matter. And so this government is committed to ensuring that the things that are going to help people to grow, like access to education, like access to healthcare when people are sick. When somebody go into QEH, Mr. President, and they're not feeling well and they have an emergency, Mr. President, nobody ain't going in there with the big bucks to see where the money allocated, to see how it's being spent. They just want to know that they are having the benefit of what was promised by a government, and by a historical government at that. Because every successive administration in this government has had a couple of holy grails. Access to free education and access to free health care at the point of delivery. The only government that has broken pact with that has been the last government under the Democratic Labour Party. That's the only government that has done that, no one else. So, Mr. President, I want to take a few moments. As you can tell, my voice is struggling. It's been a difficult period of time. I feel as though I'm all talked out, to be honest. So, not difficult in a negative way, but I think that many of you are aware that just last week here in Barbados, Barbados played host to a major global conference in energy. And so we also had the international community, and I'm not sure if people who don't understand, again, I tell you about the Democratic Labour Party, trying to be who they are not, Mr. President, trying to pretend that who they are not. So I'm not sure that 36 ministers of government from around the globe are interested in what fluffing is going to be said in here today by people who have no context for what was being discussed and what was being done last week. But I can tell you, the head of the Green Climate Fund did not come to Barbados because there was nothing happening. The head of the Climate Investment Fund did not come to Barbados because there was nothing happening. The head, Mr. President, of the International Renewable Energy Association did not come to Barbados because there was nothing happening. The head of OLADE, Mr. President, did not come to Barbados last week because there was nothing happening. The head, Mr. President, of every single sovereign wealth fund did not come to Barbados last week because there was nothing happening. So let them mutter amongst themselves, Mr. President, about what they do not know. What they don't know, Mr. President, and that's okay. That's okay. So, Mr. President, my voice is a little dicey today, so bear with me at different points. But, Mr. President, I want to get into the why last week would have happened, and I want to speak a little bit in my second half of my presentation about the ministry which I have the absolute privilege to lead. Mr. President, on these matters, specifically as it relates to energy, I am deliberately not politicizing any of those issues because, Mr. President, if I were to do so, I would say that the earliest licenses for renewable energy were issued in 2015, 2016. If I were to politicize it, Mr. President, I would say that the work that we are doing now in 2025 ought to have been done when the renewable energy sector and the first licenses for generation of electricity were issued. If I were to say that, but that work was not done then, Mr. President. It was not done in 2016. It was not done in 2015. It was not done in 2017. It was not done, Mr. President, in 2018. And so we are now in the process of doing all of the development work to make sure that we're able to allow for a orderly transition to renewable energy. We're closer to the 2030, 2035 period than we were when this whole thing started. But it means that we're now on an accelerated timeline. In these estimates of expenditure, Mr. President, my own ministry does not have the level of expenditure that is earmarked for other ministries. Because while this matters to people, and it is fundamental to the industrial sector, it is fundamental as well, Mr. President, to the transportation sector, which constitutes a huge part of the consumption of energy. Mr. President, it represents an important issue for householders. These are things that will come up, Mr. President, and I'm going to take us through them right now. Mr. President, when I assumed this chair and I started to anchor this ministry, we found ourselves dealing with a number of things that needed to be resolved. We found ourselves, excuse me, having to balance out the fact that in those earliest licenses, the first movers, heavily incentivized, the tariff rates were extremely high. So the people who talk now about high energy costs as a result of renewable energy were the ones who issued the licenses and the tariff rates at the time in the first place and locked in those tariff rates for 20, 25 years. So if I were to attempt to politicize it, Mr. President, those are the things that I would say, but I will not say those things. Because I'm assuming that it was done at the time to try to incentivize a nascent industry. I'm assuming, Mr. President, in fairness, that as we try to get a new sector and a new industry going, maybe they just did not know. And that's okay. It happened. But suffice to say that the earliest licenses for renewable energy in the country issued between 2005 and 2016 locked in extraordinarily high rates of return for a 25-year period. 25-year period. The average rate of return, Mr. President, would be between 5 and 6 years. You've recovered your initial investment. All the rest, Mr. President, since the first 5 to 6 years has been gravy. Those licenses, those early licenses, are connected to where we are now in terms of the renewable energy transition. So what have we started to do? We found ourselves, Mr. President, in a position where the grid needed to be expanded. The grid was, it still is, quite frankly, built for fossil fuel generation. It was not built for renewables. It was built for heavy fuel oil, for the most part. It does have some aviation fuel in some instances. We do have some gas turbines as well, but for the most part, it was built for heavy fuel oil. So when, Mr. President, Barbados adopted in 2019 an energy policy, a national energy policy that set a trajectory at the time for 2030, it meant that the uptake from those persons with those earlier licenses and those that came subsequently, Mr. President, needed then to be accommodated on a grid that was not built for what it was doing. And so, Mr. President, over time, the Barbados Light and Power and the Fair Trading Commission then needed to have, and it started then, Mr. President, with the application for a rate review at the Fair Trading Commission for the Fair Trading Commission to begin to look at how would the Barbados Light and Power execute what they call a grid modernization plan to coincide with the government's policy agenda. How would the Barbados Light and Power allow for the transition of an old grid and retire fossil fuel generation to allow then for the development of a renewable energy and microgrid sector. We then started the long and sometimes, quite frankly, arduous process of making that transition and putting all of the regulatory and the administrative work in place. We had Electric Light and Power Act that had to be repealed and replaced. It was as old as time and it needed to be replaced. We then started and finished the process of developing a new Electricity Supply Act. That Electricity Supply Act has been passed and it has been proclaimed. It is in effect, Mr. President. That Electricity Supply Act, for the first time, captures all of the policy directions of this Barbados Labour Party government. That Electricity Supply Act allows for the democratization of the grid, and let there be no lack of clarity on this point. The franchise arrangements that governed the Barbados Light and Power from the beginning of time, and the Barbados Light and Power is 100 years old now, across every single administration over Barbados's history have always been non-exclusive. They've always been non-exclusive. This government has not done anything new to change what the original terms were for the Barbados Light and Power. Their franchise arrangements have always been non-exclusive. Now, in the Electricity Supply Act, we not only have the continuation of that non-exclusivity, but we also have the ability for Barbados for the first time to have microgrids. Microgrids. So you and your community can now have a microgrid that allows you to generate your own electricity and to function in that space, as captured in the legislation. The legislation also for the first time captures, Mr. President, what we call the responsibility of the government for system planning. It didn't exist before, Mr. President. System planning means that the development of grids and grid infrastructure, the approval of licenses, and I want to put this in a practical context for you. Mr. President, when I joined the ministry in 2022 November, we had the portal where persons could apply, they could come and they could apply for their licenses, or you had the homeowner's right to renewable energy to make sure that individuals were able to come and reserve their right to have access to renewable energy. And they came, Mr. President. That portal was there. That portal at the time, as I looked at it, and as we looked at it as a government, we said, but this portal is inadequate. This doesn't help us go much further, Mr. President. That portal needed to be reformed. The portal only showed us generation licenses. It only showed us, Mr. President, where applications had been made, but it did not map out the entire country. It did not show us where in St. Lucie, St. John, St. Andrew, St. Michael, Christchurch, it did not show us where licenses had been issued, where the country was seeing clusters or maybe an increase in the licenses for solar power, and what what impact those connections would then have on the grid. Mr. President, it didn't give us that. But we needed to have that. We needed to then be in a position to see where the feeders were on the distribution lines, on the transmission lines. We needed to be able to make some system planning decisions because we could see the entire country as we transitioned to renewables, but still on an existing fossil fuel grid, driven grid. So now, Mr. President, what we've done as this administration, we've done the technical work. And the teams, I want to take a moment just to say thank you to the teams that have worked on this for the last little while. It is a small team. I believe you saw them when they were in the well of Parliament in the other place. And they have done all of the development work that has been needed, Mr. President. In the system planning function of the ministry, what they undertook to do, Mr. President, was to map the entire grid across the entire country. We can now tell you via our new portal where solar power is concentrated. We can tell you as well, Mr. President, where wind is meant to go, because it's one thing to start talking about, oh, we want to do this kind of technology, or we like this idea for putting wind farms here. But Mr. President, there's an economics of energy. It isn't just randomly done. It cannot be randomly done. It has to be modeled. It has to be simulated. And so we can now tell you where in the country battery storage needs to go. We can now tell you where wind can go, having done a year-long study with an entity called Barlovento out of Spain. We can tell you where onshore wind goes. We can tell you what offshore wind is going to cost us if anyone was to even consider doing it in that space, because, Mr. President, Barbados, unlike other jurisdictions, has ultra-deep waters, and the distance to frontier is something that has been modeled and simulated in our assessments. We have wave energy, Mr. President, in Barbados. We can tell you what the proposed cost for that would look like. Countries that were here last week, like St. Kitts and others, are exploring geothermal. Barbados doesn't have geothermal, but those other countries do. But how do we look at having an interconnected grid across multiple jurisdictions across the region and elsewhere? What does that look like? But, Mr. President, there's also another part of this. Solar PV is easy to install. You put it on your roof and you walk away and you're done. Or you build a carport, you have a ground mounted system, you walk away and you're done, Mr. President. But solar PV, and I've said this before, gives you 4 hours of energy at peak daylight hours. In order to be able to convert that using time shifting, you have to have batteries. Batteries will increase your investment by approximately 100%. And so Barbados now needs to be able to move into a space where we are going to ensure that we have more fixed load, more fixed capacity, and more base load projects, because we don't want to have that expansion purely driven by batteries, because then that will have a negative impact on prices. So it's the policy work and the economics of energy that we're working through, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the course of the coming days, coming weeks, we will be launching Barbados' first major wind farm. Initially, long talked about, we have one wind farm in St. John, in Venture St. John, that's under 1 megawatt. We have another one that ground was broken on in Ashford in St. John, that's also supposed to be under 1 megawatt. We don't have anything larger than that, but wind, unlike solar, is day and night. So you don't have to have the additional investment that goes along with solar. Equally, Mr. President, we now have for Lamberts in St. Lucie and all the way down to St. Thomas, a corridor. 30 to 50 megawatts of wind will be going out to pre-qualifications at the end of this month, no later, Mr. President. And why is that important, Mr. President? Because I've already spoken about fixed load capacity projects being important to the economics of energy. But that project is one that I have a lot of affection for, Mr. President, because that project was new. When we first started doing the Lamberts project, Mr. President, we encountered a community that had had a negative experience in the past with wind turbines. They're big, these things are huge. But in Barbados, if it's change, you want to make sure that people are able to see, feel, and touch, because they need to understand what it is that they're doing. And so we took a delegation of community leaders, all of the officials, to Jamaica, where there are great wind farms that are there already. And so all of the things that you thought you were able to see. All of the things that you were unclear of, you were able to see in operation. And that allowed Barbados then, and the Barbadians in the community, to then be able to see how the wind farm coexisted with communities. And they were so excited by what they saw. We've since then, Mr. President, hired a community liaison officer from in the community. They are on staff full-time to work with the project developers as well as the community to make sure that there is no lack of information sharing, so that you're not hearing anything outside for the first time. This is a government that started listening from an opposition and developing coherent policy frameworks before we were in government, and we have continued to do the same thing since we came to government. So we don't go into any project without talking to people, speaking to and hear what they want to say, what they want us to say. And then if there are concerns, Mr. President, let's hear how those concerns can be addressed. That's this government. That's what we do, Mr. President, in meaningful ways. Never, ever, ever theatrics on this side, Mr. President, never. And so, Mr. President, we want also to be able then to launch during the course of this year, the hydrogen project that you may have heard me speaking about. Again, more fixed capacity projects, more base load projects. That project allows us to be able to use battery storage for short-term storage, but to use hydrogen for long-range storage. That also helps to drive the cost down. It helps to drive the cost down. So those are some of the things that we are doing now, Mr. President. Mr. President, during the course of this financial year, you will see it captured in these estimates. We will be creating a series of initiatives. One, the electricity planning unit, which was created 2 years ago, and we have been looking for persons to populate that unit. We now are going to be looking to develop a dedicated projects unit where persons on contract can come in and provide support to the Ministry of Energy, so that we are able to build capacity, not just in the ministry, but within the country, in particular, in newer forms of technology, like wind, like the hydrogen project that I just spoke about, and any other new technologies that are still to come. Mr. President, equally so, also still in the Ministry of Energy, we acknowledge that in the same way that you're building community development, you're building community liaisons and community relationships, you have to build skills. Before we had a solar industry, we did not have, at any point in time, we did not have the kinds of skills that we have now for persons doing solar PV. We have them now, Mr. President, because the industry has developed. But what of persons who are skilled in hydrogen? What of persons who are skilled in wind? And so equally this year, in these estimates of expenditure, you will see the investment in the building of skills and capacity in partnership with the tertiary level institutions on island, to be able to ensure that Barbados is able to develop our local capacity in these areas. Mr. President, those are some high-level investments in the Ministry of Energy as my voice continues to go. In the Ministry of Business, I'm going to come back to energy in a little bit, but I'm linking energy and business deliberately. The energy sector and the business sector are so closely intertwined. They're interrelated. The business sector, and I want to take a moment here just to address something that I saw written over the course of the weekend. We have not pivoted away from the energy transition and started to talk about transport and industry. The two things are connected, and so sometimes when people don't understand it, they write very strange things that are not logical. Mr. President, we just did and launched last week an energy transition investment plan. We wanted to be able to break down sector by sector. It's fine to talk about macro level policy, but what are the things that matter to people, the individual things, the sectoral things, the small things? So how do buses then, the transport sector, connect to the energy transition? How does industry connect to the energy transition? So, Mr. President, we started the process sometime, maybe a year and a half ago, and it will now become very accelerated, where, Mr. President, we will be meeting with every industrial sector. The Honourable Minister is here for industry, and you will hear from him during the course of the next 2 days. But, Mr. President, when you have manufacturers on island and they have infrastructure that is driven by fossil fuel, how do we work with those entities to be able to help them have a timeline on government's own transition agenda and our own transition time frames, to then be able to look at their end of life for their infrastructure? And quite simply put, The Barbados Light and Power has a retirement schedule for their fossil fuel generation capacity. We know, as has every government historically known, because it is submitted as a requirement by law under the Fair Trading Commission legislation, under the Utilities Regulation Act, it has always been submitted. It is submitted to the Fair Trading Commission and they have a retirement schedule. The retirement schedule then says, by X date, we expect to retire this piece of infrastructure. By Y date, we will retire that piece of infrastructure, and it is phased out. If there is a change for any reason, then that has to be reported by law to the Fair Trading Commission. And so equally, Mr. President, we want to be able to work with the industrial sector, the industrial community, to be able to identify what infrastructure assets you have that are driven by fossil fuels, what is the planned retirement schedule, and then to map out what your capital expenditure may need to look like to facilitate your transition to a renewable energy source of power. Those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. So it was a little troubling to see what I read, I believe, in one of the newspapers on Saturday, because it was an editorial, because they clearly did not understand what was captured in an investment plan, which gets into the weeds of an overall national roadmap. So it gives numbers for the first time. It gives sectors for the first time. And it tells you what needs to be done within what time frame. And these estimates capture much of that. And so the relationship between the business community, between the industrial community and the energy sector is represented in these estimates and in Barbados's Energy Transition Investment Plan. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, equally, this government approved at the level of cabinet an MSME policy and an MSME strategy. So for those who want to know what the government is doing for the small business sector, it is captured in the MSME policy and the MSME strategy of 2025. The last government that did MSME strategy, and I've already said the small business sector, so that's clear. I've said that before. Micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises as captured in small businesses. We have already put that in place, Mr. President. And in 2016, that was the last policy that was done. I believe that the minister at the time was the Honourable Donald Innes. At the time, he was minister. I sat on that committee. So again, one of those things, Mr. President, that I'm not guessing about. I sat on the committee. It was chaired by the current head of the Small Business Association. I was head at the Barbados Coalition of Service Industries at the time, and Dr. Lynette Holder chaired that committee. The policy that was developed in 2016 was a homegrown policy, and it captured a number of pillars that then were meant to be implemented. 2016, Mr. President, between 2016 and 2018, very few of those initiatives were implemented by the government. Very few, if any, at all, Mr. President. The one that I can confirm, because we've done the analysis, was a proposal at the time for factoring for small businesses, but that was it, and it was discontinued almost as soon as it started. Then in 2018, Mr. President, we looked at the MSME strategy, and then 2020, further on, we had a further revision of that document, and we had the 2020 update of the 2016 baseline. But Mr. President, look at 2020. We're in 2025. What happened in 2020? COVID happened. The world shut down. Businesses moved from storefronts and brick and mortar to then having an overabundance of online presences emerging. People started to do business differently. People had different concerns, different constraints. People had all kinds of innovation coming into the business space. And we felt as a government that we could not, coming out of the pandemic, go with an earlier incarnation of a business strategy that did not take into account how the business community had evolved post-COVID. And so, Mr. President, last year, we commenced a body of work to take all of those things into account. And we have had that approved by Cabinet 2 weeks ago, and it will be laid in this honourable chamber so that all Barbadians would have access to that policy document. But that policy document, Mr. President, because we are a government that focuses on delivery and implementation. The 2016 report was largely unimplemented. The 2025 report, Mr. President, we have agreed with Cabinet that within 6 months, The ministry with responsibility for business will return with a roadmap for implementation that says, how are we going to, sector by sector, pillar by pillar, sub-theme by sub-theme, how are we going to implement this over the next year? The body of work, Mr. President, for the upcoming financial year, 2025 to 2026, is already captured in these estimates, and you will then see from 2026 to 2027 onward how those onward years will then be captured in our estimates of expenditure. Mr. President, we also had, over the course of this last year, we launched an initiative called Price Check. The expansion of Price Check in these estimates is also captured. Why did we do Price Check, Mr. President? And let it be clear as well. The Democratic Labour Party would have the public believe that the government of Barbados and its agents, not just the Democratic Labour Party and its agents masquerading under the umbrella of other groups, they will have Barbados and Barbadians believe that the government of Barbados is in control of cost of living and that we live on Mars, whereas the rest of the countries in the world live on Earth. And so, imported inflation, which interestingly is captured in all of these economic reports under the IMF as well, for all of those years that I covered, that imported inflation, and I'm going to go back to them, but only in my wrap up, not no. When I'm wrapping up, I will come back to those things. Deliberately not no. But Mr. President, imported inflation is a real thing. It's a real thing. We have in the business community and in the industrial sector, companies that bought a good today at one price that they have paid 40% less than they paid for it 4 years ago. The same good we have seen increase in its first cost by 40%, 50%. There are some goods, Mr. President, that the retailers will tell you are almost 100% more expensive today. When, Mr. President, the Panama Canal was experiencing difficulties as a result of the climate crisis and the water levels fell and ships were backed up and could not get through the Panama Canal, we saw prices increase as a result of increased logistics costs by, in some instances, 250%, Mr. President. When we had COVID and ports and countries were closed down and demurrage charges were being increased, Mr. President, we saw by market, because we did the analysis, in the case of China, with Chinese manufacturing closing down by 40% of Chinese manufacturing, costs and logistics costs increased by 500%, Mr. President. Let nobody tell you that any government, not this government, not the Democratic Labour Party government, not any government with any P, can control first cost in any country. It is not true. They have no control over it and they're misleading Barbadians with that. It's not true. So when Chinese manufacturing was cut by 40% and logistics costs increased by 500%, the cost of that good when it landed in Barbados could not be controlled by anybody in this country, not the retailer who brought it in, not the port who clears it, not the importer who is selling it, not the person who is buying it from the distributor, and certainly not by the government of Barbados, except in the ways that I am going to describe now, Mr. President. What did the government do? Accepting that it had no control over the external environment, but it could attempt to mitigate the domestic environment. In 2022, Mr. President, the government introduced the Prices Compact. It said to retailers, look, people have to still eat. People still have to buy basic goods and services. People have a basket of goods. Now, one person may like steak, but that is not a necessity. That may be a like, that may be a want. But chicken, rice, peas, sanitary items, basic goods, basic items that you need, baby items, sanitary items, those things have been and have remained on the VAT-free list for a reason, so that there's no VAT paid on those items. We now have an expanded list on which VAT is not paid. Equally so, Mr. President, We also had the Prices Compact from 2022, where the question of markups, because Kadir, if the price is already increased overseas, if shipping lines are increasing the prices of logistics, when we had issues in the Suez Canal and ships had to go around, the prices were increased then too, Mr. President, because an importer is not going to absorb 100% of those costs, Mr. President. And let us be clear, don't let anybody tell you, Mr. President, that the importer should eat the cost, because you know what happens? You know what happens when an importer eats the cost? When an importer absorbs all of those markups, do you know what happens, Mr. President? They decide to cut costs elsewhere. So if they're not passing on the cost to the consumers, they will cut costs elsewhere. And where are the other places that they can cut costs? No, they have fixed costs on a monthly basis. They cannot pay light bill. They can't not pay water bill. They can't not pay for telecoms. What are the other areas that they can cut, Mr. President? People, staff, they send home people. It is the reason why the Prices Compact included the labor unions at the table to make sure that we were working with importers to minimize the markups that they were levying on costs, on the prices of items that the cost had already gone up, but without negatively impacting unemployment levels, without sending people home. That is what the government did in the Prices Compact, because we had to make these connections. We can't let people try to fool and mamagay the public. If a company is absorbing increased costs, they will take it from somewhere else. And this government sought to protect people by ensuring that labor and capital were all at the table in a Prices Compact. Even after the Prices Compact ended in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic, Mr. President, what did this government do? What did we do? We introduced a measure that reduced the port charges then for persons to have a further reduction in what it would cost to clear their goods. We don't have no control over how much it costs when they first buy it overseas. We ain't got no control because we don't own the shipping lines, and when they increase their costs because of Suez Canal or Panama Canal, we don't have any control over that. But once it is landed here, the government begins to go into action. 12.5% cap on those items increased the absorption capacity of the Bridgetown port. Investment, Mr. President, in a dedicated cargo berth so that cargo could come off of ships on an expedited basis, Mr. President. And then we as a government began to monitor where those prices were going over time. We began to monitor, Mr. President, and price check came into being. On a monthly basis, we used to publish in the newspaper prices from supermarket to supermarket on the basic basket of goods. And we then found ourselves in a position, Mr. President, where by the time you publish these lists, it's static, it's outdated, it's gone, it's not useful anymore. And so Price Check became that tool that allowed you using the internet to go and check prices from supermarket to supermarket. Now, we are further expanding Price Check and making sure, Mr. President, that in phase 2, we onboard more supermarkets so people can choose. 2, we onboard small businesses and we have a dedicated drop box for small businesses, local small businesses, so they would have an online market and be in a position to be able to sell more of their goods and services. This is in partnership with the Small Business Association. We also, Mr. President, because we recognize first cost is a real issue. So we then are working with the Customs Department to integrate Asekuda World into the back end of Price Check so that we're able to see what the landed cost looks like and then able to genuinely track the pass-through of pricing. And then finally, Mr. President, to make sure that we are also looking for alternate suppliers depending on where the goods are coming from, where there are challenges. Then the 4th layer of Price Check is meant to allow for persons to be able to have, companies I should say, importers, to have options. If you're custom buying something from China and China is having a difficulty, can you buy it from somewhere else? There is a no back end because we're giving people options, and this government tries to be holistic in all that it does, Mr. President. Now, I want to speak also for just a few moments, because at this rate, my voice is going to give out, and I see my colleagues are nodding at me, but I'm going for it nonetheless. Mr. President, I want to speak on a couple of other things in the time that I have remaining. I do. In the time that I have remaining, I want to speak. I do. I'm using it, Mr. President. In the time that I have left, I want to speak on a couple of things. I'm using it, for sure. No, 45 minutes. In the time I have remaining, Mr. President, I want to speak on a couple of things. Mr. President, there are a number of things that are happening in the Ministry of Energy and Business that are of national importance, and I want to spend the rest of my time speaking about the ministry specifically. This year, Mr. President, we have in our estimates of expenditure $77 million of financing programmed for this year. But if I were to actually calculate how much we actually spend, the truth is there's more that we spend. Mr. President, in the last year, we have developed a partnership with an entity, a number of entities, I should say, that have helped us to do the work of this government. A few years ago, I was somewhere, I don't even remember where I was anymore. I was somewhere overseas, and I was speaking about the importance of procurement and pooling procurement and working with countries like ours to be able to ensure that we would not find ourselves in the kinds of position that we found ourselves in when we were dealing with COVID. So the honourable member who is sitting to my right would know better than most what the issues were when we were trying to access supplies for COVID, vaccines for COVID, therapeutics for COVID. He would recall better than most people what it looked like for Barbados. And so what ended up happening, Mr. President, back then was that countries like the African region on the African continent and countries here in the Caribbean developed the African Medical Services Platform. And together we agreed that we were going to work together to procure supplies. And so a few years ago, I was at an international conference and I had just given a speech. Thank you. I had just given a speech, and in this speech, I called for the replication of something very similar for energy as had been done for medical services, medical goods, medical products. And a colleague at the time who was there came over to me and said, I heard what you said. I want to introduce you to some people. And they introduced me to an entity that we now know in Barbados known as GIAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Coming out of that, Mr. President, Barbados became the very first country in the world, to sign on to the GIAP Common Services Platform. Under GIAP, Mr. President, they have now financed over the last financial year, and it is being expanded to this upcoming financial year. They have spent in support of Barbados, not me, Lisa, not the Ministry of Energy, but Barbados, $2+ million USD in supporting us in the development work for Barbados's battery energy storage systems that I have spoken about. They have financed, Mr. President, the deployment of 2 dedicated entities that have now been embedded in Barbados. One, RELP, which is an Argentinian-led entity. They were here last week as well, not for fluff, because they're doing work. So they were here last week, Mr. President. Under RELP's leadership, Barbados has now been able to develop not just the final work for the launch of our battery energy storage system procurement, but we have benefited from Barbados now having a dedicated office set up here in Barbados that is meant not just to support the Ministry of Energy's work, but it is now being expanded to support the work from Barbados as a hub across the rest of the Caribbean region. Barbados is now a hub because Barbados has led in this space and done things that other countries have not done. They now want to learn from what we have done. The Lamberts project that I spoke about earlier, Mr. President, that has also benefited Barbados without being captured in these estimates because it has been done under technical assistance. We could not do most of this work ourselves. We do not have the manpower. We do not have the historical expertise to do it all on our own. The International Financial Corporation, the private sector arm of the World Bank, they have led for us on structuring the transaction for the Lamberts project, Mr. President. Not only have they led on structuring the transaction for the Lamberts project, not only have they led on its expansion, Mr. President, because it started out as 30 megawatts, it's now gotten up to 50 megawatts. Not only did they help us to do all of that, Mr. President, but they introduced something, Mr. President, that blends the work of the Ministry of Energy with the Ministry of Business, Mr. President, by incorporating a unit trust model that allows us to create a special purpose vehicle, Mr. President, which will hold all of the assets of the project, and then have a unit trust model that allows small Barbadians, Bajans from in the community and from all over the country to have the ability to invest in the project and to have a share and a stake in a project that is happening in their community, Mr. President. That is what they have been able to do. Thank you. And at no cost to this government in terms of its development. We have been very lucky as well to have them financing another entity in support of Barbados. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory, based in the United States, they have also had the benefit of dedicated support to help Barbados. And they, along with the Regulatory Assistance Project, RAP, also financed by GF. So far, I've talked about REL, I've talked about NREL, now I'm talking about RAP. And those resources have been embedded in the Ministry of Energy and Business to support our development work, but they have also, Mr. President, been embedded in the Fair Trading Commission. RAP, in particular, has been assigned to work closely with the Fair Trading Commission on the reform of the FTC. The FTC has not seen a reform for, I don't know how long, Mr. President, if it has seen a reform at all. The FTC is responsible not just for the Utilities Regulation Act, but also for the Consumer Guarantees Protection legislation. So they are responsible for implementing those bodies of work, and we are very much looking forward to seeing the outcome of work which has started and is programmed in these estimates as well for an organizational and a strategic repositioning of the Fair Trading Commission to deal with the dual obligations of utilities regulation and consumer protections as well. Those things are captured in these estimates as well. And typically when you hear the FTC, you hear a lot of times about the utility this and the utility that, and they're really in between a rock and a hard place. You never hear me speaking except in these generic terms about the FTC because it is a quasi-judicial body. It is a quasi-judicial body, and so in the same way that you would never hear the Office of the Attorney General speaking about a decision of a court, you will never hear a Minister of Energy speaking about a decision or matters before the Fair Trading Commission. It is not appropriate for that to be done, and so we don't do it. This government does not do it. Even when in this chamber, there were those who attempted to bait us and spoke all kinds of things under their privilege in Parliament about the FTC. We did not take the bait. I know I certainly did not, because it would not be appropriate for a Minister of Energy with responsibility for the FTC to be engaging in light conversation almost on matters that are before that commission. And so what we are committed to doing is supporting the expansion of the FTC. Now, Mr. President, the FTC, when we say the FTC, especially on matters relating to energy, the FTC has a Director of Utilities Regulation. The FTC has one single electricity analyst, one single officer with responsibility for water, specifically standards of service. And the work of the FTC, let us be clear, does not cover the telecoms providers, specifically those with cell phones, because the FTC as a competition authority focuses only on monopolies. And so the FTC has responsibility for the telecom space, specifically only fixed line services. That's something that oftentimes gets muddled in the public space, and the FCC gets all kinds of things thrown at it, but they do not regulate the Digicells of the world. They do not regulate mobile telecoms of the world at all. That's not within their remit. They regulate fixed line capacity only. So in these estimates, Mr. President, you have the expansion of the FTC, you have additional allocations that are assigned to the Fair Trading Commission, and you also have, Mr. President, the reorganization and the restructuring and the strategic repositioning of the Fair Trading Commission. In these estimates, Mr. President, also, you have an assignment to an entity which was created during the course of the last financial year, which is now being capitalized for the first time this financial year. That entity is called Business Barbados. That entity called Business Barbados, Mr. President, is being capitalized in the first instance with a total of $3.5 million, and the expectation is that over the course of the financial year, as they get started, that if there is a need for further support, that will be provided. What is Business Barbados, Mr. President? What has been started and where are we going next, Mr. President? Business Barbados, if we were to go back through the reports of the IMF, when the IMF from 2007, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2016, when they reported on the need for Barbados to address the questions of growth in the 2016 report, Mr. President, when they spoke about growth, they said, spend the time and the effort on business facilitation, Mr. President. That's what they said in 2016. They said the government of 2016 needed to look at what was happening in the approval of corporate services, the issuance of construction permits, the issuance of planning and permission, all of those things they made reference to in the 2016 report, Mr. President. And they talked about it then. This government, when we launched the Corporate Digital Registry in 2019, having seen those recommendations and acted on them, Mr. President, we then decided in 2022, okay, so the digital registry is there. It's still not doing all the things that we would want it to do. And so in 2022, we decided, the Corporate Digital Registry is only one part of this. Business facilitation is government-wide. And so the decision was taken at that time to then twin the business facilitation agenda with two other bodies that already existed. And there was a report, Mr. President, it was called the Preservation Report, and it was done in 2019. It was done in 2019, Mr. President, and this preservation report captured reports that had been done in 2008, in 2011, in 2013, and the final one in 2016, all unimplemented, Mr. President, all unimplemented. Nothing had been done with any of those reports that had covered the issues with KIPO up to 2016. All were unimplemented. So the preservation report then of 2019 looked back at the history of those reports, what was recommended. And it looked at some of the things that could still be in 2016 relevant, 2019 relevant. And so there was a retreat. That retreat was held under the umbrella of Invest Barbados at the time, and they then collectively, with all of the stakeholders from customs to immigration to KIPO to the National Insurance Scheme to the Barbados Revenue Authority. Barbados Revenue Authority, by the way, which was also called for in that Signal 2016 report for a reform. All of those things have since been done. Restructuring and reforming the Barbados Revenue Authority, that was since done. Also called for with reform was the National Insurance Scheme, and all of the reports since then, all done under this government, unimplemented under the last one, but it was done. So, Mr. President, when in 2022, we then started the process of looking at how business facilitation as an ecosystem across the government needed to be addressed. We then landed on Business Barbados. And why Business Barbados? Because Export Barbados already existed, And so Export Barbados was responsible for the outbound flow of goods and services out of the country and promoting the relationship between micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises as such as those captured in our new MSME strategy, and then ensuring that they are able to claim market space in the overseas markets. Invest Barbados, unlike Export, was inbound, and they were responsible for attracting investment into the country. I'm sure you'll hear about that during the course of today as well. So inbound and outbound, but what happens in the country though? What happens in the national ecosystem? What happens when people actually come to this country and small businesses want to do business in this country and find themselves frustrated, Mr. President, because that was a fact. That was the reality. It still is in some instances, but we're changing it. Imagine having to go and you set up a company. We removed back then the need to have a lawyer to set up a company, and then all of a sudden, you don't know your head from your foot and your way forward because nobody there can tell you. You don't know. How many small businesses in this country had a lawyer come and set up their company how many ever years ago, but because they don't have an ongoing relationship with their lawyers or with their accountants and doing return, they don't know that there's a legal requirement in law for the filing of annual returns with KIPO, and so you can't do what you don't know. And so many of them have not known, and so they find themselves only going back to KIPO for the first time when they get a notice saying that their companies are about to be taken off the register because of something that they did not know. And so we made a decision in 2022 that that could not be. Coming up next month, everybody in the country gonna know it's time for income tax filing. We know at different points in time when it is time for corporation tax filing, when it's big companies. Under Business Barbados, companies will now know when it is time for their annual returns. In the same way that you're flooded with all of these notices and social media and stuff like that on income tax returns and corporation tax, small businesses in this country need to be able to have information available to them at their fingertips. It is the reason why the Small Business Association sits on the board of Business Barbados. It is the reason why the International Business Association sits on the board of Business Barbados. It is the reason why, Mr. President, we have ensured that we are collaborating with entities like ICAB, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Barbados, the accountants, so that who are membership-driven organizations dealing with this sector, they have access to information on the one hand, but they can also influence the work of Business Barbados at the same time and the development of a policy agenda. They sit on the board, Mr. President. They sit at the table. And so we trust them to be able to introduce and to develop and to implement policies that will help the sectors that they're responsible for. That is what Business Barbados is doing. Equally across the country, Mr. President, Business Barbados is going to be making sure that at the various outposts where government services are provided, that persons are able to benefit from their services there. So not just everybody don't know how to use. My mother, for example, I don't know how many other people are like this. My mother drives me crazy with her phone or her computer. She does not know how to deal with half of the things on her phone. If you are not calling, what's that? And the deputy chair of the president is saying 3/4. She does not know 3/4. That's the truth. If I give my mother a new laptop so she can go on her Zoom meetings for her church when the night comes, you trust and believe I go and turn on that computer, I go and turn on that Zoom because she don't know her head from her foot. So when you do things like that on a digital platform, you have to be clear that not everybody in the country knows how to find their way around an online platform. They don't. I lived with my mother for all of my life. She lives with me all of her life. She can't. And so what are you going to do? Say to people, well, you got to learn? No, you can't do that. You can't. And so we have made sure that people have the ability to talk to people. Sometimes you just want to pick up the phone and have somebody answer the phone and ask a question and to get guidance without being made to feel as though you're foolish or you're backward and you don't. You want to be able to have somebody who understands and meets you where you are. So Business Barbados is also going to have that touch and that feel where people are seen, people are felt, people are heard. So you can have the opportunity to enter the building at Business Barbados. If you are in the north of the country, why do you need to come to Warrens or to any office? Are we going to be working with the outposts of government in the various civic centers to have the ability to have access to government services? Absolutely. But then more importantly, Mr. President, if I'm a business person and I run a company, if I have to submit my NIS information, I have to go to one portal. If I have to submit my Barbados Revenue Authority information, I go into another portal. If I'm a small business and I fall under the small business development legislation, I go into a different portal. Mr. President, will we be schizophrenic? Well, how it is that you have to go to multiple different platforms for one government? Impossible. There has to be a mechanism that allows people to interface with the government one time. One time. And then the government has a responsibility in accordance with data protection legislation to share the information. If it has to go to immigration, it should go to immigration. If it has to go to customs, it goes to customs. If it has to go to the corporate registry, it goes to them too, Mr. President. But people should not be asked to run from here to there to the next place because the government can't get its act together, Mr. President. No. We're not doing that. This government is not doing that. And so Business Barbados is meant to take a holistic approach and a comprehensive one government approach to interfacing with our public. And whether you are a corporate trust service provider and you represent 100 companies with large revenue takes on an annual basis, or you are a sole proprietor falling under the Small Business Companies Act and you have a small business selling tamarind balls and you want to go and interact with Business Barbados, you should be able to have the benefit of the same highly positioned, professional, and engaging services, no matter where you come from in this country. And that is what we're committed to providing. But we also understand that a CTSP, Corporate Trust Service Provider, is oftentimes a legal person, or they have legal persons who are working on their behalf. Small businesses don't have that though, Mr. President. Most of them don't. It's just them. They're the person making the soaps or the soap. And then they're the person who are doing their accounts half of the time. They're the same people who are submitting to corporate affairs. They're the same people who are driving it from one place to the next. They're the same people negotiating with retailers. Small business people sometimes have to do all of it themselves. That's a fact, Mr. President. So how do we then help those persons to navigate the corporate system? And so Business Barbados has developed a customer-centric approach that is dedicated to providing those services and that kind of support to the small business sector. It's been 30 years of the Companies Act, Mr. President, and so it will not disappear overnight. It will not go away, or it will not appear by magic overnight, Mr. President. It will take time. We have started the transition. We have had 0 job losses as part of the transition. You've already seen in the newspaper the advertisements for those persons who are being invited to apply for the roles to take over the leadership of the entity. Is publicly available, and I want to encourage people to apply, because there are those who would come and say, hire Bajans, but then we don't have people applying. I believe I was listening to the Honourable Minister of Health when he spoke on the last appointment of the QEH CEO. 2 Bajans applied, if I remember correctly, in the shortlisting. There were only 2 of the final. There were 77, I believe I heard him say, and that was 2 Bajans, Mr. President, all across this country. That is a reality. We are not applying for things, and then there are those who will come and jump up and curse the government because they say we should hire Bajans. We are not applying. We're not applying. And that is not a new thing. That is a historical thing. It has always been that way. We don't apply. And sometimes the ones that apply are not qualified for the post for which they are applying. I want to call and encourage us to apply for roles that we are qualified to fit. I want to take the opportunity here today to say that the Fair Trading Commission will have a new CEO. The Fair Trading Commission will have a new Chief Executive Officer, and he is Barbadian. And I want to ask the Honourable Chamber to join with me in congratulating the new CEO of the Fair Trading Commission, Mr. Brian Rees, who will assume the role of CEO at the beginning of next month. He is going to be assuming. That was a role that was advertised regionally and globally because, again, not everyone has regulatory experience. Not everyone has the experience in engineering and law. That is such a unique combination to have somebody who has engineering qualifications and law qualifications, and he has them both. And he has functioned with distinction at the helm of the unit that is responsible for, he's now currently the Director of Utilities Management, of Utilities Regulation at the Fair Trading Commission, and he will assume the leadership of the FTC imminently at the April 1. So, Mr. President, I want to encourage us to support the continued evolution of Business Barbados. Business Barbados has underneath it as well, Mr. President, 33 pieces of legislation that it is responsible for administering both directly and indirectly. Of that legislation, of those pieces of legislation, Mr. President, the Companies Act is the principal one. That Companies Act has been amended so many times it would make your head spin, Mr. President. And so just as the honourable members in this chamber have spoken about on more than one occasion, sometimes in our legislation we cannot find where the amendments were made. We can't find the latest version of the legislation. We're not sure which is the one that is enforced. This amendment is in, that amendment is missing, but we're looking still for consolidated text in legislation, Mr. President. But the Companies Act has needed a comprehensive overhaul. Over many years, the Companies Act has been looked at by countries in the region, and the CARICOM region has started to look at developing a model piece of legislation for the region. But the model that they're using, Mr. President, interestingly, is based on ours. It's based on ours. So if Barbados is now pushing forward in a new direction, building a new ecosystem, it means, Mr. President, that the baseline that we're using, which is ours, may not be where we go next. And so we have pulled together a team, Mr. President, that we are finalizing of legislative and policy experts right here, Mr. President, for the purpose of looking for the first time in 30 years at a comprehensive update of Barbados's companies legislation. It's the first time in 30 years that we will be doing it. 30 years. Not 7, not 10, 30, Mr. President. A comprehensive look at the Barbados Companies Act. What is fit for purpose in this environment? What has passed its public usefulness, Mr. President? What is the public policy in 2025? We've already talked about updating and expanding and developing an MSME strategy, Mr. President, because the environment within micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises that they function in now has changed. So equally so, Mr. President, the legislative frameworks that surround the business community must change too. They must evolve. We've made changes in our corporation tax regime last year, January. Where are we now, Mr. President, with the companies legislation? That has to evolve, and we will be doing that in these estimates already programmed under this financial year, Mr. President. We will also be looking, Mr. President, at the indirect pieces of legislation and developing a new policy framework that is then supported by new legislation. Mr. President, you remember, and you would know this well, having sat where you sat. You would know, sometimes people have a business. They like a name. It isn't English. It may be a made-up name. It might be your children's name, the amalgamation of your children's name. It may have no basis in any language. And so it is captured in inverted commas. We are requiring currently under legislation persons with a name to have an authorized translator to then be able to translate that name into a language that is an established language. That's a nonsense in 2025 though, Mr. President. If it's a made-up name of you, your children, and your husband's name, who's the translator? Who's going to translate it for you? It's not a real word. Not even AI can translate that for you. So we have to be able to figure out what is the public policy that is fit for purpose in 2025 and what is the public mischief we are trying to avoid in 2025. And so that work will take place during the course of this financial year, Mr. President. We had a system in our corporate registry where the inverted commas were not recognized by the database, and so it would reject your application. Again, a nonsense, Mr. President, because if everybody knows your certificate of incorporation, when printed, will carry it. But how is it that you can't get it entered into the system and it will tell you that there is a fault, there's a problem? All of those are things that are captured in the Companies Act. We have people who I already spoke about, who didn't know that their annual returns even needed to be filed. Farthest that they had overdue annual returns to be submitted. And let's put this into context because it brings me into the International Business Unit of the Ministry. The reason why these things have to be filed, Mr. President, is not just because Barbados feels like it. Barbados gets up on a given day. There is legislation requiring bar companies in Barbados and in most countries of the world under global tax policy, global tax rules, to have what is known as economic substance. Economic substance is what is required, Mr. President. And so you have to demonstrate that this business is functioning, it is a going concern, and it is not a shell. That is what is required. And so the filing of things like annual returns and so on, those things are directly correlated to Barbados' requirement for economic substance. And so, yes, it is important to file it. But Kadir, again, if you haven't filed your annual returns because you didn't know, and you come to KIPO, No Business Barbados, and they ask you, and you say, well, I didn't know, I am willing to, just as we do with BRA, enter into a payment plan. I can enter into a payment plan, and I want to be able to see how we can get this done because the company is still functioning, but I didn't know that I needed to do this. What can I do? The legislation as it stands now has a gray area in it because while you may do that, and you may have the payment plan, the legislation does not allow the company to function until those matters are resolved. So how do we change those things? Those are among the issues that we are now navigating. Equally so, Mr. President, doing business in this country is not just about doing business with the country, with the government. I've had a recent experience with a commercial bank, which has not been a positive one. It has taken a long time to do a single transaction. Weeks. A transaction that started in February, the beginning of February, is still incomplete today, the beginning of March, the middle of March. And so we've had a conversation around how do the commercial banks expedite certain basic services? How difficult is it to complete a transaction start to finish, and what should be a reasonable time frame? And that is in particular very important for small businesses. Time is money. And when a small business comes and is looking to get resources to capitalize their company and they need help to be able to take advantage of an export opportunity, when you take a month to complete a transaction, it has an impact. And so I want to celebrate, and ICAP saw me the other day at an event and said, I didn't forget you, I know I got something for you, so before you come for me, I just tell you I come in. They agreed and they undertook, and I'm appreciative for them. They came and undertook to develop standards of service for financial institutions in partnership with the accountants so that the small business community would know what is required for each transaction. But equally so the banking community can say to the small business community, okay, so you don't need this, but you need that. And so those things are now underway under Business Barbados. We have committed at Business Barbados to doing the same thing for lawyers, to committed to doing the same thing with government ecosystems, whether it is in land registry, planning and development department, wherever it is throughout the government. We are committed to looking at what is actually needed, what is a public mischief that is trying to be addressed, what is a public policy that is the intent, and then let us reform the overall ecosystem of doing business in the country. Things in the public and in the private sector simply take too long. It impairs businesses. How long does a lawyer need to take to complete a conveyance? The Prime Minister has completed 2 colloquia. No, on matters relating to housing and matters relating to conveyances and the legal services that have to be provided. How do we improve the environment in this country for doing business? That brings me then, Mr. President, to be ready. Once upon a time, there used to be doing business indicators, and in doing business indicators, Barbados always ranked poorly. Historically, we were never doing well in a number of areas. This incarnation, Mr. President, on the Business Barbados, they have equally started. We have begun the process of disaggregating the Be Ready report of the World Bank, looking at the various sub-areas and an action plan for resolving those things as part of the overall ecosystem of the government and of the country overall, public and private, is to be developed. In a previous discussion, Mr. President, we talked about things relating to international business. International business falls under this ministry. This financial year, you will see under the Ministry of Energy and Business, the International Business Unit. That is now going to be buttressed by the newly established, it is now to be established in the financial year ahead, under the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, or Finance specifically, a new tax policy unit. So that has never existed. It will now be created under the Ministry of Finance, and tax policy will be housed there, but the international business sector will continue to be housed under the Ministry with responsibility for energy and business. Under that portfolio, Mr. President, in collaboration with, because it's important that the estimates are read across the government, because it is a whole of government approach, across this ministry and the Ministry with responsibility for economic affairs and investment, you will see the expansion of the Barbados' National Treaty Negotiating Team. That treaty negotiating team now has the benefit of additional support, and it is captured in the estimates for the ministry, not just the representatives from the Ministry of Energy and Business, the International Business Unit, not just the Barbados Revenue Authority, not just the long existing National Task Force on tax policy, but it also now includes representatives of the Barbados Growth Council, chaired by the new Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. They now also sit on the development of Barbados' National Treaty Negotiating Team. And why? Mr. President, because these are fancy macro level issues, but they impact people. Tourism receipts are important to be able to derive revenue for the government to pay for social services, but so too are corporation taxes. The investment climate and corporation taxes paid into the government are important for government to be able to pay for the buses, to pay for garbage trucks, to ensure that the garbage trucks are repaired when they get damaged, to make sure, Mr. President, we can provide the investment of the $474 million in the health sector, to make sure that we can provide the investment, Mr. President, in the education sector, to provide for people, to provide the social safety net that in 2016 the IMF told the government of Barbados at the time to preserve, that they did not. The corporation taxes allows for Barbados to continue to provide $94 million to the University of the West Indies. Those are the combinations that are important for us to bear in mind, Mr. President. And so the International Business Unit under this ministry, over the course of this year, in these estimates as programmed, will be undertaking double taxation negotiations with a number of countries. Germany, the first round has started. Hong Kong is going to be taking place this month. And in the course of the coming months, we expect that we will be negotiating a second round with Ghana, with India, and with Vietnam. The work continues to expand Barbados' global business footprint. And with Business Barbados ensuring that when companies come here, that what we promise is what we deliver, the work of these agencies being pulled together and created in harmony is what we are supporting in these estimates of expenditure. So, Mr. President, I have gone through the energy space. I have framed the macroeconomic policy for the government and why the stabilization of the economy was important for us coming from 2018. I have shared the differences between this government and the previous government. I have shared the macroeconomic fundamentals of this country and how two different administrations have approached those macroeconomic fundamentals. This government has been very clear that the macroeconomic fundamentals must be invested in because they allow for the micro, the people-specific issues to have the benefit of it. When in 2008, Mr. President, I remember seeing the Democratic Labour Party manifesto. I remember being concerned at the time because I thought there's a lot of social spending, but there's nothing about economic development. They don't have a growth agenda. There's no business in it. You've got to be able to pay for the services you plan to involve yourself in. But there was no basis for it, Mr. President. There was just spendamania, squandermania, and just promising people things then, as they are doing now, that they could never deliver, Mr. President. There were no macroeconomic fundamentals to the 2008 manifesto of the Democratic Labour Party. There remain no macroeconomic fundamentals of the party we see before us. There remain no macroeconomic or even a basic understanding of the economic fundamentals of a country, Mr. President. And so what they promise, as we saw captured in every report from 2008 till now, could not be delivered because we saw record unemployment that has been reversed by this government, that has record low unemployment, Mr. President. We have seen, Mr. President, record levels of fiscal deficits that have spiraled out of control being reversed by this government, Mr. President. Soaring levels of debt that, even though they would want to talk about the debt that this government is incurring, is still lower than where they started and where they left it, Mr. President. Investment confidence, investor confidence in this country, domestic, especially since in the 2016 report of the IMF warned the central bank under the Democratic Labour Party to stop financing the government's fiscal deficit. 2016. It warned it then. Don't do it. It was not solid monetary policy. Don't do it. And it was driven by domestic debt as a consequence. This same party would have us in 2024, 2025 believe that there's no domestic debt confidence in this government of Barbados. But it can't be, Mr. President. When the domestic debt lack of confidence was in them as a result of what they did and they refused to fix, that we had to fix, Mr. President. So now we have a record debt for climate swap that has just been completed recently in this honourable chamber, which we saw. But they would want to poo-poo it, Mr. President, but their record gives them no credibility on any of these issues, Mr. President. Their record is there for all to see. And the reports of the IMF from 2007 all the way through to IMF reports of 2007 tell us all how they found the state of the economy. It tells us what the debt looked like, what the fiscal deficit looked like. It told us what the expenditure in people looked like. It told us in 2016 and it told us in 2018 what 2017 looked like. And you can see the evolution from 2018 till now, Mr. President. And so, as I close, I want to say to the people of this country, the Barbados Labour Party has committed to people and to country. The Barbados Labour Party has committed to preserving the reputation of this country. I know what it was like to walk the length and the breadth of the globe in a previous role, living and working overseas, and having people say to me, Lisa, what's happening to Barbados under the Democratic Labour Party? Lisa, what's happening in Barbados? Every downgrade that Barbados got, the region looked on in horror. Now we are under a prime minister where the region wants her to be shared with them. That was not Barbados' reality under the Democratic Labour Party. They are not who they would want to be. They would want us to pretend with them, Mr. President. But I'm saying to this honourable chamber, the record does not allow us to do that. It did not allow us to do it in 2018. It did not allow us to do it in 2022, and it does not allow us to do it in 2025, Mr. President. We are here now because of the solid leadership of a Prime Minister, the Honourable Mia Amor Motley, and an economic team, Minister of Finance, the Honourable Ryan Strawn, all of the officers in the Ministry of Finance, all of the officers who have supported this work in the Economic Affairs team, all of the international agencies that have come alongside and said to Barbados in writing, you are doing the right things for the right time in this moment of consequence, from 2018 to the 2019 moments of consequence until this very day. And these estimates of expenditure represent the reform and the transformation agenda of the moment of consequence that we are in now, despite the Democratic Labour Party's destruction of our country, of our economy, of our social welfare safety nets, and of confidence in Barbados. I am grateful, as I close, to the Honourable Prime Minister and to this government for giving Barbados back. I am grateful to this government and to this Prime Minister for giving Barbadians our pride back, our honour back, and our financial reputation back. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Senator Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. First, if you would allow me to acknowledge the presence of some of the members of the Democratic Labour Party who are joining us this morning, and also to congratulate Senator Reid on his appointment to the Senate. Mr. President, the leader of government business, in my view, surprised me because she was a little bit out of usual character. She seemed quite aggressive in the start. Her references to the Democratic Labour Party exceeded maybe 50 times, so she focused a lot and tried to separate the work of the Barbados Labour Party when compared to the Democratic Labour Party. I'm not sure if this out of character experience is because the Barbados Labour Party is unsettled, Mr. President, and that there are in this chamber, now even in this chamber, becoming nervous because of all the movements, the promotions, demotions, resignations that will be happening within the ranks of their party. Mr. President, as good as the leader of government business thought that she delivered, she did not connect, in my view, a lot of all that the government has been saying to what is produced in these estimates and how they affect the estimates that we are debating today. The current government, this Barbados Labour Party government, Mr. President, is projected to earn in the year 2025-2026 $3.9 billion Barbados dollars, following from a $3.2 billion revenue take in this current year that ends March 31st. Based on the information provided in subsequent documents of the estimates, in 2023 to 2024, the revenue collected by this government was $3.8 billion. 2022 to 2023, $3.5 billion. 2021 to 2022, $2.7 billion. 2020 to 2021, $3 billion. 2019 to 2020, $3.5 billion. 2018 to 2019, $2.9 billion. Between the period of 2018 and ending this coming financial year 2026, this government would have had at its disposal $27.4 billion of tax and non-tax revenue, Mr. President. The government is making more money in taxes than any other government has in the history of this country. Compared to the last administration, Mr. President, on an annualized basis, this government is extracting from the economy and the people of Barbados 34% more in taxes, around $800 million more a year in tax revenue, Mr. President. This government, Mr. President, has taken more tax revenue from the people of this economy over the past 7 years, and including the upcoming year that we're here with this current estimates, bring it to 8 years, Mr. President, than the last government did in a 10-year period. Overall, the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. President, would have extracted $2 billion more in revenue in the 8 years, including next year, than the government of the last Democratic Labour Party administration would have collected in 10 years, Mr. President. $2 billion more, and if we put it into context, Mr. President, almost 2 of those years or more, this country was impacted by the COVID pandemic, where economic activity came to a halt. But, Mr. President, we must not exclude the borrowings of this government in this equation. The government is on record of stating that they have borrowed $427.9 million between June 2018 and March 2019. 2019 to 2020, Mr. President, $340 million. 2020 to 2021, $1.1 billion. 2021 to 2022, $913 million. In 2022 to 2023, Mr. President, the government said that it borrowed $1.3 billion. The following year, 2023 to 2024, $1.37 billion, Mr. President. The numbers keep going up, Mr. President. 2024 to 2025, $1.6 billion, Mr. President. A total of $8.4 billion has come into office, Mr. President. So that means, Mr. President, revenue from taxes, $25.5 billion. Non-tax revenue over the period, $1.8 billion. Debt to taxpayers, $9.6 billion, bringing a nice handsome total of $36.9 billion that this government has had at its disposal since 2018. And that does not include, Mr. President, the $1.1 billion it now has to borrow to finance its expenditure for this coming year. Does Barbados look or feel any different to the citizens? I challenge the government. I challenge the government, Mr. President. I challenge the government, Mr. President, not to talk to itself, but to ask the people today if their lives have improved or their livelihoods have improved after this government has extracted $36.9 billion, the most of any government in this country. $25.5 billion in revenue from taxes, Mr. President, or businesses, or workers, the duties, non-tax revenue, $1.8 billion, and then they borrowed $10 billion, Mr. President, bringing it to $36.9 billion since May 2018. And as I said, Mr. President, if you add the $1.1 billion that we now have to borrow, because they have not even explained how they're going to finance the deficit, based on the $5.135 billion they intend to spend. And I guarantee you, Mr. President, that that amount of $5.135 billion will increase over the year. Because the changes that you have seen in this government of promotions and ministries splitting in two, and money shifting from one ministry to the next, you guaranteed that next February, March, as they did this year, there would be a supplemental to those numbers. Because they came to Parliament for a supplement of over $300 million on the eve of the budget. So, Mr. President, the people of Barbados will judge. But I can tell you for a fact that the state of our polyclinics, Mr. President, there's no great improvement. There have been more notices coming from the communications of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to tell people not to come to self-diagnose, Mr. President, than we have had in any history of any government. $36.9 billion after. How many schools do we have that are new? How many new schools do we have, Mr. President? 7 years after. And if we include this the coming year where there's no plan to construct any new schools, what does this government have to show for all of this money that they have been collected? Our schools are still in a dilapidated state and a state of disrepair. They need repair. As we speak, a school close to here, St. Michael's School, the children are home 2 weeks now. This is the second week now. What? They are home, not in an institution, learning.
Well, that's their custom and practice.
You go down to Dickens Primary, school running down. Go over to LSD School, school running down. Sella Primary, the floor in the classrooms dropping apart. Mr. President, as we speak, you are almost guaranteed that persons who are in the bus terminal cannot get a bus. And at 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, they will not get a bus. And they have to wait 2 or 3 hours for the last bus, Mr. President. But this is after collecting the most money in the history of our government, and almost 50% more than the last administration. Mr. President, reports to the country that the Salvation Army lines have increased. Donations have been increasing from the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army feeds the poor, assists with the vulnerable. We should expect to hear about a decrease in support from organizations like the Salvation Army. The red benches in the parks. You can't carry your girlfriend now or your wife and wants to own a park at night because they took up with vagrant sleeping, Mr. President. Watch your Queen's Park. And that is also on the cuffs of giving an organization that is supposed to deal with homelessness $1 million in 2 years. And Barbados does not have an account for how that money has been spent. We hope that the government has an account and they are satisfied that the money is being put to the purpose that it is supposed to be put. The conditions of our roads, Mr. President, still remain the same. Some improvements. But some improvements were borrowed money won. And some improvements, and you know what started the improvements? Cricket World Cup. So the improvements were geared towards the main arteries to the Kensington Oval, Mr. President, not to the taxpayers that now have to pay the road tax. Not that those commuters that have the fuel tax, sorry, Mr. President, not those persons now who, working class people who now have to pay $3.50 to bus fare. This is the reality, Mr. President. There's always two sides of a story. This is the people's side, Mr. President. That is the government side. But this is the people's side, not the Democratic Labour Party side. Go to the QEH and you're guaranteed to see somebody there that was there waiting over the weekend. Guaranteed. I don't know if you're proud to say that. I'm embarrassed, ashamed after all of the money that has been committed by the taxpayers, Mr. President. Our young men are in crisis. Look at the crime situation, Mr. President. Look at the crime situation. And I'm going to get into that a little later, Mr. President. But the government, for some reason, we're talking about expenditure. We're talking about expenditure, Mr. President. And those on the other side have no choice over the next 2 days. They have no choice because they want to come back here next week, Mr. President. They have no choice but to defend the high-paying consultants. How can we be paying a consultant $140,000 a month, Mr. President? Admitted by this government. $140,000 a month. Where households across this country seeing hell. But they have to, somebody here on the other side, Mr. President, has to stand up and defend that. They also have to defend the trouble of the leader. They have to, Mr. President, because they want to return to the chamber, to the Honourable chamber. Now they will seek to justify, Mr. President, they will seek to justify a Prime Minister that says to the Barbados that she governs or leads, that she has taken 93 trips since 2018 on the backs of this money is coming from the Treasury, Mr. President. The government has been in office for 94 months, Mr. President. And of those 94 months, the airport was closed because of COVID. They could not fly. Do the math. And let us see if this travel is logical. If it makes sense that almost every 3 weeks, the Prime Minister has to take a trip. Mr. President, and the justification, Mr. President, is that it's travel with benefits. It's travel with benefits. So, the Prime Minister has brought back to the country $120 million in grants. I'm sure taxpayers are very grateful, Mr. President. But it sparked my curiosity because when I think about grants, I think grants are things that every government has access to or get in some form or fashion. Senators are saying, not yours, not the Democratic Labour Party, we never get any grants. We met our road shows. Mr. President, the Central Bank reports of December 2011, December 2017, and the reports of December 2024 lists on the Central Bank reports the grants that were received by the government. In 2008-2009, $7.5 million. 2009-2010, $35.6 million. 2010-2011, $2.8 million. 2011-2012, $14.3 million. 2012-2013, $57.6 million. 2013-2014, $4.7 million. 2014-2015, $57.5 million. 2015-16, $18.1 million. 2016-17, $9.8 million. 2018, $22 million from the Central Bank reports. $229.9 million in grants during the period.
Far less trips.
Far less trips, Mr. President.
Far less trips.
Mr. President, between 2018 and 2024, as per the Central Bank reports, Mr. President, 2018 to 2019, $0.1 million. 2019 to 2020, $11.8 million. 18 to 19, $0.1 million. 19 to 20, $11.8 million. 2020 to 2021, $0. 2021 to 2022, $5.7 million. 2022 to 2023, $20 million. 2023 to 2024, $1 million. Now, it's very possible, Mr. President, that totals $38.6 million. And it's very possible that the other remaining 90 million or so is somewhere else, Mr. President, unaccounted for. We would like it to be accounted for, Mr. President. We would like to know where this $120 million is and the purpose of it and what it's being used for, Mr. President. I am merely, Mr. President, reinforcing what the leader of the government business said, that Central Bank reports are a credible source. I am supporting that view, and I have used that today to show that with less travels, the Democratic Labour Party raised more money. $229.9 million from 2008 to 2018, while the Barbados Labour Party, on record, raised $38.6 million, Mr. President. So despite, Mr. President, the humongous size of the cabinet, Barbadians are not feeling a difference. In this chamber, Mr. President, have a Minister of Health, Minister of Energy and Business, Minister of Culture, Minister of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology, no, Mr. President, Minister of Educational Transformation, Mr. President. First time, possibly in the history of the Senate, that we have the Minister of Health and probably Minister of Education sitting in this chamber. I stand corrected. But does that speak to the deficit in the other place, Mr. President? And now has the members of this chamber nervous about who will lead and all this thing, who will lead this chamber, and who's next in line, and who's getting fast promotions or not, and who now has to get it now and try to curse the Democratic Labour Party. I will remind the chamber, Mr. President, that with 36.
Order, please.
Mr. President, I want to remind in my introduction of the amount of money, seriously, that this government has had at its disposal to govern on behalf of the people of Barbados, Mr. President. What do taxpayers have to show for it? Why, coming out of the recent estimates and debate, Mr. President, that Persons are saying they are not seeing a change and they're not feeling anything different, and the government is not doing anything in cost of living, Mr. President. This is not the Democrat Labour Party speaking, this is the people of Barbados. Do not pretend that we operate in a vacuum. Do not pretend that you operate in a vacuum. You hear the news clippings on the radio. You canvass, or you should be canvassing, some of you.
Right now, the busy there, that's scandals.
Mr. President, to whom much is given, much is expected. And in the case of this government, to whom very much is given, very much is expected.
Don't worry about scandal coming soon.
Mr. President, Barbadians are the ones who are contributing that $36.9 billion. Don't let us fool ourselves about corporation taxes and all this thing. There is a place for the international business sector to provide resources for the government, any government. But we pay income tax, and we support businesses so that the businesses can earn a profit, so the businesses can pay over a share to the government. Consumers participate in that activity and is needed in that activity. If there's no consumer, then no corporation tax. So we are generating, and the burden of repayment of these funds rests at the feet of taxpayers. But a lot of Bajans are struggling to make ends meet. The rising cost of living, what does this estimate have in it for the cost of living, Mr. President? And Mr. President, a 20% increase in taxes on snacks does not offer any relief to any household. It is not that anybody wants to promote unhealthy living, but Mr. President, let's be real. A low-income household person, the family, cannot afford to send fruits to school, send fruits to their child to school, Mr. President. They just can't afford it. You have a situation where you are giving them a $300 solidarity allowance, Mr. President. We don't know what the process is to apply and to receive, etc. But this is the best the government can do. Share the burden, share the bounty. They have shared the burden, but there is no bounty. This is not bountiful. There's a difference between financial existing, Mr. President, and financial living. Financial existing, Mr. President, is when you get that weekly paycheck, and by day 2 or 3, all the money gone. And by day 4, you only have bus fare to get to or from work, Mr. President. Your utility bills, Mr. President, are in arrears, and you are consistently playing catch up. Financial existing, Mr. President, looks like when you cannot afford to buy the basic food items, and you have to do substitution from meat to corned beef, Mr. President. Those are realities. Financial existing, when you can't even save $20 in the credit union a month or a week, Mr. President. And then you remain at the mercy of our social system and our healthcare system, Mr. President. Financial living, Mr. President, is not living above your means, but being able to stock your cupboard and your fridge with the basic things that are good for you, with a wholesome diet. Make sure that your bills are paid and up to date, Mr. President, and that you are able to buy the food that you need to feed your children, and obviously to put something down for a rainy day. We want people to live financially free, Mr. President, to be able to do the basic things. That is the purpose of the government, to move persons from one stage to the next, Mr. President. And Mr. President, persons that fall in an income bracket of probably less than $500 a week are the most vulnerable. They're the ones that are more susceptible to this, Mr. President. And if you look then, Mr. President, at the continuous household labor force survey as at Q3 2024, you will see that the amount of persons that are earning less than $500 a week is around 44,900 persons, Mr. President. 34% of the workforce. How has the government made interventions to open up some consumer spending space for them, Mr. President? How has the government shielded them from the high increases in the supermarkets, on the shelves, on the stores and goods, Mr. President, even in services? And Mr. President, it's not only those at the lower end of the income bracket, but there are middle income and lower middle income families who have mortgages to pay, who have food to put on the table, who have vehicles to maintain, etc. And they fall in this critical stage of barely existing, of financially existing, Mr. President. So it doesn't exclude them. But what is in the estimates that they can say, this government is earning money, this economy is growing, and the government is bringing us along, taking us along, Mr. President. What is in it for these people?
Nothing. Not from the Barbados or the party.
The government, and I think it is intentional almost, Mr. President, that the government does not really use the word or the phrase cost of living. Last year, Mr. President, in the Prime Minister's budget presentation, I think, if I recall, the Prime Minister spent less than 5 minutes on the issue of cost of living. In this year's budget presentation, Mr. President, reference was made to it only once, Mr. President. Barbados is crippled with the increasing cost of living. This is the cry of the people, Mr. President. But the government has made no real interventions. They have surrendered into a position that they cannot do much, Mr. President. And you heard some of that today. You heard about the price app. It is laughable, Mr. President. It is not an interventionist tool to restrict the pace of increase in the supermarkets. This is a tool that persons can go in and see where which supermarket or which mini mart has a cheaper price than the other. And if the government is fair, there are businesses and there are businesses. Everybody don't have the same price. You can't expect the guy that have a mini mart a village mini mart at the end of the street to have the same price of a massive conglomerate. Furthermore, it is very possible that he himself, who is a small business owner, trying to provide an avenue for the village to eat, has to go and buy goods from the same conglomerate, Mr. President. Price up is laughable, and Barbados paid it no mind, and will continue to pay no mind, Mr. President. It is a trophy for the government for when they get into certain circles, Mr. President. But I challenge Senator Blackman, because he's murmuring, to go into his constituency that was handed to him. And when the constituents complain about the price in the supermarket, tell them to visit the price app. I challenge him to do that, Mr. President, and he will see the response. He dare not do it, Mr. President. He dare not do it. Mr. President, there have, Mr. President, there have been some acknowledgement by the government in August of 2024 that some retailers were acting, and I will use the word unresponsible. It was acknowledgement, Mr. President. Mr. President, I can't hear myself.
Order, please. I want to hear Senator.
Mr. President, there was some acknowledgement by a senior minister of this government that some retailers in this country were possibly engaging in unreasonable pricing of goods. Mr. President, I asked the government, what did they do about it? After acknowledging that there could be elements of unreasonable pricing, and I can use the word of price gouging, what have they done about it, Mr. President? Not one example of an intervention to call any person who has been suspected or engaging in activity of price gouging has been brought to the public's attention. Not one business owner, Mr. President. And I'm amazed because, Mr. President, in contrast, over the last few weeks, I have seen residents of this country, of this island, who have been hauled before the law courts, Mr. President, for overgrown lots, Mr. President, for legislation that was not even passed in this House 6 months ago, Mr. President, and having to pay thousands of dollars. And I'm not against it per se. I just show the contrast of an acknowledgement that wrong is being done, meted out to the consumers of this country. Nothing has been done, but a small man that owned a piece of land, he followed the law enacted just a few weeks ago, 2 persons already to the law courts and paid thousands of dollars in fines. A stark contrast, but it speaks to the heart of this government, Mr. President. And Mr. President, if that is not enough justification, and you're talking about expenditure and writing off money and money available to government, this government, in coming to office, wrote off just over $1 billion in VAT, $1 billion in VAT that was owed to it. VAT is paid by all of us in here when we go shopping. And it is the duty of any person that receives VAT on behalf of the government to pay over to the government so that it can be used by all. Mr. President, the government did not give a tax amnesty on VAT. The government did not come and say, come and work out a payment plan on these arrears of VAT. Overnight, by June 2018, the VAT was written off, $1 billion in VAT. After they have admitted that they have inherited an economy that is in trouble, you know what $1 billion could have done in the economy that is in trouble, Mr. President? They could have done some of all the things I listed before, from education to health to social work. And Mr. President, people are crying out about cost of living and what has the government done. In 2018, Mr. President, 2018, the government repealed the NSRL levy, Mr. President. And we were told then that it will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So again, the government have foregone revenue, but it will bring down prices in the supermarkets and on the shelves across Barbados. The NSRL back then was 10%, Mr. President. And consumers have complained that even then, they did not see a reduction in the prices in the supermarket. And if you're removing 10% from what the prices of goods at the port, you expect to see a reduction, even if it is in at least in the first 2-3 months before prices start to go up again, adjust back up with inflation, Mr. President. The price of food and beverage in the 6 months following July 2018, when the NSRL was repealed, rose by 5.7%. They did not come down, Mr. President. They continue to go up at the same pace. But you know what, Mr. President? The taxpayers lost the millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue that could have been put to good use in this country. No action taken to protect consumers, Mr. President. Not enough measures in this estimates that people can feel comfortable that the government is taking care of them. From time to time, Mr. President, we see notices of pending increases in goods that have to come into this country. It is becoming like almost a norm now, almost the norm, that in every couple of months there's a notice prices are going to increase. This is happening in this part of the world. This is happening at this port. This is happening here, there, all over, and this is going to result in an increase. Not once has this government come up with an interventionist mechanism to treat to these increases, Mr. President. That is what the people expect. To whom much is given, much is expected. Not only did they get $36.9 billion, they got 30 of these since then, Mr. President. The last notice of pending increases to Beijing's, the business community alerted Barbados that due to no fault of them, they would be incurring additional costs because of issues at the Bridgetown port, Mr. President. And you would expect a caring government, not one that pretends to care about people, you would expect a caring government to intervene proactively before prices go up. Because we know when prices go up, they hardly come down, if ever at all. But this government has not intervened up to now. So consumers now have to bear those costs that will be passed through because of issues at the port. So to withdraw yourself as a government to say that inflation is imported is a poor excuse. It's poor leadership, it's poor government, poor governance. If you have an issue that you are aware of, you try to intervene before it happens, especially when it comes to costs and cost pass-through, the pass-through cost to consumers. Because prices in Barbados only go one way, up, not down. If you look at the retail price index, regardless of what's happening in the international market, Barbadians only feel it when the prices are going up, not when the prices are coming down. The retail price index for food and beverage does not show a decline in food at all over the last many years, Mr. President. So it is for the government to intervene so that the prices do not go up. They have the ability to intervene. They are not excused because the price is inflated. But in this case, the price is made in Barbados because it is at the congestion at the Bridgetown port. It has nothing to do with the price that the importer is paying. The Bridgetown port, Mr. President, in the 2022-2023 annual report, has made a profit of $35.7 million, Mr. President. they can absorb these prices until they fix the situation. They have the financial space, the leg room, that they can absorb some of these costs before retailers have to take it on and then pass it on to the consumers. That is what we call protecting consumers, Mr. President. That is what people are hollering about in the streets. They talk about walking down Swan Street. It ain't about you walking down Swan Street. It is what the people said when you walk down Swan Street. What did they say? That the government has not addressed the cost of living. What they have not said, and which I will add no, is that after collecting $36.9 billion of tax revenue over the last 8 to 9 years, Mr. President, interventions are needed proactively when it comes to dealing with food prices on the shelves because of the very nature of what the leader of the opposition said. Prices in most instances are imported, but there can be some adjustments locally. VAT remains the same, largely. Duties remain the same, largely. Port fees remain the same, largely. Don't blame it on the import price, Mr. President, and inflation globally. Mr. President, the leader of government business spoke about the compact, the price compact. And I think it is commendable, if I'm being honest, that some effort has been made to address the rising costs of food, especially in that critical time coming out of COVID. Based on the information, Mr. President, coming out of the Barbados Statistical Service, and to get an idea of the impact of the program called the Price Compact. Not to criticize it, Mr. President, but to get an idea of the impact it had on households, Mr. President. Because every time, Mr. President, the opposition says anything about this government, they take it as we always arguing, always opposing for opposing's sake. This information, Mr. President, gives us a frame in which to assess the impact of the price compact. And when you look at we looked at two things, Mr. President. We looked at the import price index. And to support the leader of opposition's claim that inflation is imported, leader of the government business, Mr. President, during the period October 2022 and June 2023, in the heart of the compact, Mr. President, the import price index showed a 20.3% increase in price of food and beverage. Fine, Mr. President, that is the imported price. That is the price that importers have to take. The government, recognizing that there would be increases, said they're going to work to limit VAT, to limit duties, to limit markups. But when you look at the retail price index, Mr. President, between the same period of October 2022 to June 2023, in the heart of the compact, which ran from July 1st, 2022 to July 2023, you saw an increase in the price of food and beverages on the shelves of 22.3%, Mr. President. You have not seen a limiting of the pass-through to the consumer. The impact did not exist to them. And it is not the DLP that spoke out only on this matter, Mr. President. The Egg and Poultry Producers Association said they did not believe that consumers benefited from this price compact, and that they felt that the retailers is who benefited the most. The Barbados Consumers Empowerment Network is on record saying the price impact had not benefited consumers in Barbados. Clearly, Mr. President, well intended it was, the impact that it had on the ground was negligible or did not exist. Mr. President, we spoke about the fact that we need to move people from just existing financially to living financially, being able to pay their bills without arrears, buy proper food to put in their cupboards and in their fridge, send school their children, put down a $20 a week in the credit union to build up a little savings for a rainy day, Mr. President. It also correlates, Mr. President, with spending power. And government cannot exclude itself from this activity of ensuring that they do not diminish the spending power of its citizens. When this government came to office, Mr. President, the government did just that. It reduced the spending power in households. And from April 1st, Mr. President, it will reduce the take-home pay, Mr. President, of workers in this country. This government, this is dealing with cost of living. Prices going up, and your pay pack getting smaller, Mr. President. Mr. President, the paychecks will be reduced further from April 1st with the catastrophe fund, now the Resilience and Regeneration Fund, Mr. President, will take out, will almost be more than doubled, contribution will be more than doubled, Mr. President. And not only will it be more than doubled, Mr. President, it will now be on your full income, Mr. President. It will not be shielded by the income bracket in the threshold in the national insurance calculations. So persons come a few days from now will have less money on their paycheck. And it brings into question about this Resilience and Regeneration Fund. Who are the managers of this fund? Because this fund is seeking to take more money out of the taxpayers or out of the workers of this country. It is seeking now to ask employers to contribute as well, and it is taking monies from the dormant accounts, from off the banks, and putting it into the Resilience and Regeneration Fund. So we'll have more money available for the government to do its work. We want to know who are the managers of this fund. Who gets to say how these monies are used? The accountability is what we would like. Because if you're transitioning from a catastrophe fund, which speaks to a catastrophe, an event, you're moving out to a Resilience and Regeneration Fund, and resilience is a word that the government loves, Mr. President. So we don't want to be picking at the money, as the BHS would say. We want to know who manages this fund and how they are going to account to the taxpayers of this country when that fund is booming with financial resources in a couple months. So, Mr. President, that is from April 1st. But as the leader of government business went back to show what they inherited and what they had to do, I go back to 2018 as well. Because pay packs got smaller in 2018 too. Pay packs got smaller, Mr. President. The health services contribution, Mr. President, a contribution that is taken from workers and it is placed at the disposal of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Sources from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital show that in 2022, the health levy reaped in $61 million, Mr. President. $61 million a year, Mr. President. Mr. President, that's $61 million from working people. And still have to go down to the QAH and face the same situation that they came and found. So they claim that they found it that way. But the stories are not good coming out of the QAH. But you are contributing $61 million more a year, workers, directly. Mr. President. And that represents, over the term of this government so far, this two-term government, Mr. President, $529 million. You could imagine what working class people could be doing with this money now. Some of this money, with this high cost of living, Mr. President. It is a substantial amount of money. Yet, cries are loud that the government is not intervening in the cost of living of the citizens, the people that they have voted in, that voted for them. And while we support the extension of the maternity leave, Mr. President, I said last year that I did my part. I did my part, Mr. President. You never know, more to come. You never know, Mr. President. We welcome it. But, Mr. President, but we cannot acknowledge only that a family would want to spend time with its newborns. You would also acknowledge that they will also want to provide for them financially, Mr. President. And it would be good. It's not too late. The government does whatever they want, whenever it wants. It would be good to give a grant, Mr. President, just an additional grant. Nothing to do with national insurance contributions, nothing to do with if you're below the income threshold or anything. Give a grant to help them in their home, Mr. President. Because the salary now has to stretch further when you have your family. Has to stretch further. So one-off grant is something the government could look at. Share the burden, which the taxpayers and residents of this land have been doing. Share the bounty. That is how you share the bounty, Mr. President. Because you know that the reality is, Mr. President, and it could be corrected, but that move to 12 to 14 weeks doesn't affect government's expenditure. It does not. That's the national insurance scheme that will pay those funds from money that they've collected, Mr. President. So it's not nothing that the government is putting into it. It's not going to cost the government anything. But these families will need assistance. These babies will need to be provided for. And life will have it, Mr. President, that I attended a gender review yesterday. That was the first time I've ever been to a gender review. I couldn't stay for the full time. But my good friend, he and his partner is having not one baby, Mr. President, not two babies, Mr. President, but 3 babies, Mr. President. And I wish them well. And I hope that delivery goes well, and that Barbados is able to see this triplet. Mr. President, I speak from my heart when I say to give a grant for the new births in this country. It is a financial burden. It is an experience of this world to have children. And everybody wants to have a child, and everybody's happy and can't wait till the baby's born. But when the nursery bill a week is $120, the Pampers, the formula, Mr. President, it comes at a cost. Share the burden, which Barbadians have shared. Share the bounty, Mr. President. The garbage and sewage contribution levy, Mr. President, we cannot ignore. We cannot. And I can't go in detail because I have limited time. If I had 10 hours, I could go for the 10 hours, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Sanitation Service Authority, it was stated in 2018 that the Sanitation Service Authority will no longer be funded by the Consolidated Fund. It said that in 2018. And that it will be funded by the Garbage and Sewage Contribution Levy, Mr. President. And that Garbage and Sewage Contribution Levy has yielded approximately $563 million since 2018 up to the end of 2026, if we extrapolate. The government can come and tell you that it's not 563 million, it's 530 million, and it is a lot of money, Mr. President. A lot of money. We are now told that that will be repurposed. So they're not going to deal with some of that will be repurposed, they're not going to deal with the sewage component anymore. So instead of getting the ease from the sewage component without spending power, Mr. President, instead of getting the ease off of the bill, because you know went and did all climate financing and the climate swap financing and raised the money to do the work that was intended to be done by this levy, you are to repurposed now. So although the work is done for the initial purpose, households still have to pay. So the government continues to reap the tax revenue from hard-working households, Mr. President. The fuel tax, Mr. President, was abolished July 1st, 2018, replaced the road tax. The government is collecting about $82 million more a year. Mr. President, are you seeing the picture that I am seeing? That with not intervening with the cost of products, goods, and services for Barbadians, and Barbadians having to take all of that increased cost, on the other side, the government has participated in reducing their spending power with these taxes, Mr. President. $82 million more collected. But yet, we have to go and borrow money to repair every road in this country. Yet the taxpayers have to borrow to repair every road in this country, Mr. President. What has this government been doing with all of this money? So, Mr. President, I've been calling a lot of numbers.
Probably this measure of hope.
But we have to add this $1.2 billion to the previous $36.9 billion that I spoke about earlier. It's almost $38 billion that this government has had, easy, from the taxpayers of this country. And yet people are complaining about poor health care, shambles in education, poor facilities in education, poor facilities at the police station, high cost of living. And they were not spared, Mr. President. I had to pressure this government to ask questions of why the price at the pump was not coming down. And up to now, the government has not seen it fit to explain to Barbadians why. That is how they govern. But I can tell you, Mr. President, that when it comes to the financial affairs of this country, the people of this country are grateful for the advocacy of the leader of the opposition, because look at what's happening in Hope, Mr. President. Look at what's happening with the travel expenditure, Mr. President. Look at what's happening now with the fuel tax, with the price of the gas at the pump. Without the advocacy of the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. President, government is silent. Government only speaks when pressured. And we will continue to put on the pressure, Mr. President. But I argued strong for months why the price at the pump was not coming down, although all indications globally said otherwise. And Mr. President, I did my calculations, and that has cost persons who have to go to the pump at least $2.6 million a month for 15 months. We're talking about close to $40 million, extrapolated again.
That's why people have no money.
So, carrying out the cost of living, the impact of that on small businesses and households, Mr. President. That is what this government has offered to the people of this country. And bus fares went up, Mr. President, from $2 to $3.50 in one shot. One shot. How do you feel about poor people? Poor people who catch the bus.
Still go.
Let me get real. Poor people catch the bus. Every single person here, Mr. President, will either get in their car and drive home or get a drop in the car home, Mr. President. Poor people who catch the bus, and to give them that shock overnight. You know the impact that had in households? Persons are already struggling to make ends meet. They're going to catch 2 buses to work and 2 buses back. It's the biggest blow. And some of you don't understand the impact of these things. But Mr. President, if you look at the reports coming out of the Barbados Statistical Service, at October 2018, when those bus rates changed, Mr. President, 51,500 workers earn less than $500 a week. A significant amount of people who are likely to catch the bus to go to work, from work, to the polyclinic, and to the conduct of the business, visit family, whatever, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're having a little discussion about cost of living because the people who are complaining that the government did nothing for them as it relates to cost of living. It is our duty as the opposition to raise these issues on behalf of the people of this country. Utility costs, light bills going up, Mr. President. And the leader of government business spoke extensively about all of the work that is being done in the Ministry of Energy. Barbados only have one question. Will it resound to reduce electricity cost, or at a worse, stabilizing electricity costs in households? That's it. All of the technical aspects of what happens in the ministry is fine. That is the basic question. In these estimates, can we expect to see a reduction in our light bills or a stabilizing of the cost that households have to pay for electricity? One of the worst things to do, Mr. President, is have to come home without light. And to find that the food, in the little meat you have in the freezer, you got to cook all of it. That is what will happen in working class families, Mr. President. And again, Mr. President, any caring government should want to ensure that persons are able to keep the light on. It will be interesting to see, which I do not have, Mr. President, the amount of arrears that are currently on utility bills in the country. It would just be an interesting fact to get an idea of how people are coping, but don't be fooled. Bajans don't play with lighter power. Bajans do not pay with the Barbados lighter power bill. If there's one thing they can ask a politician to pay, is the light bill or the water bill, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, what is amazing, and I use the word amazing, because, as I said, the leader of government business was comprehensive. She was comprehensive in her report when it dealt with energy. But in the estimates, we understand that taxpayers now have to fund refinancing for these renewable energy systems. She looks puzzled, Mr. President, but I see that $15.1 million is going to be made available to persons who can refinance their loans at the bank because of the stall up on the grid at the Barbados Light Power, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I really regret.
What do you raise?
I raise on a point of order. I really regret having to intervene on the Honourable Member's intervention, but that is a gross misleading of the public of Barbados and a gross misleading of the Chamber. Mr. President, the $15.8 million is already allocated from previously existing financing that has been unused for the purpose of the Smart Energy Fund. It is being repurposed for the purpose of making it available to business people. It is not new money, Mr. President. The Honourable Member is misleading the Chamber, and if they don't understand, say so. But you don't get to muddy the waters in this way.
Please proceed, Senator Walters.
New money, old money, Mr. President. $15 million that could be transferred under that Smart Energy Fund. I help with some poor person in Dicker's Farm or in Free Hill, Mr. President. Old money, Mr. President? This is where this government is coming to know. Now they got old money and they got new money. That's taxpayers' money. But they're repurposing it to facilitate their failure as a government.
Mr. Chairman, I rise on a point of order. The Honourable Member is again misleading the House. This is not taxpayers' money. This money has not come from any taxes, from any Barbadian, anywhere. There are two agencies that vested money, as a matter of fact. Both of them have endorsed and signed up on this project. This is not taxpayer money. And in actual fact, the Honourable Member is speaking about helping small businesses. This is for SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises who need the help. And the Honourable Member, if he does not understand, I do not mind. I understand that they may not know everything. I get that, Mr. President, but they do not get, especially his colleague who is trying to talk over me. If they don't understand, I get it, Mr. President, but don't mislead the public.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. President Senator Walters.
Mr. President, repurpose the money to help taxpayers of this country, Mr. President. Repurpose the money to help reduce the cost of living, Mr. President. Repurpose the money to the benefit of the taxpayers and the households of this country, not for the persons that they have led to make investments in the renewable energy sector and now are second salt because of their bad policy or bad implementation of policy, Mr. President.
Poor management of the renewable energy sector, that is where you need to put it in.
Mr. President, licenses and tariffs from the DLP, Mr. President.
25 years.
25 years? Mr. President, the government can't shelve this responsibility on previous administration. They come to these chambers and make a lot of changes that Barbadians don't agree with. This government is going to give away a parcel of land, Mr. President, to a financially profitable bank. And they come to this chamber talking about old money and new money. Mr. President, the people of the country want to hear the Minister of Energy speak to them. She does not speak to them. The Minister of Energy speaks to the business class and the regulators. When she starts to speak to them, maybe she will start to listen to them. Communication, Mr. President. Light bills, based on the current implementation of this government, light bills will continue to rise. But they do not want to come and tell the people of Barbados, I'm not going to be the bearer of bad news. I'm going to be the bearer of facts. The Barbados Light and Power Company reports on their website that renewable energy costs is costing them an average of 18% more than fossil fuel costs over the last 3 months. Renewable energy is supposed to be cheaper, Mr. President. This is this government. They're in office for going 7 years. But that is what consumers have to be faced with. And we ain't talking about battery storage costs yet, Mr. President. Tell the people of Barbados the truth of their realities. Speak to them, Minister. Don't speak to the investors. Investors don't even want to hear the Minister of Energy anymore because their money tied up. They're paying interest and they're not getting a return. She has been thrown under the bus, Mr. President. I tell you, because the Prime Minister parades about this renewable energy trust and the amount of hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that it will unlock. But what do we have? That the money lock up in the bank. And they're crying out now. Speak to the people of Barbados and you will get the right mix so that electricity costs can come down. The Ministry of Energy can be summed up. Light bills going up, investments knocked out of the grid, taxpayers paying higher light bills, and taxpayers will still have to support those who cannot get their return on their investment because of bad policy implementation of this government. Mr. President, sometimes when I come to this chamber, I tend to want to move on and not live in the past. I honestly, Mr. President, look, I honestly do. I honestly do. I really do. Can't change the past, Mr. President, but you want a better future for Barbadians. And that is from the position I always speak. What Barbadians are experiencing now is not a better future, no. It's not better. No, seriously, Mr. President, it's not better. It's not better. It's not better. But I would say, Mr. President, that if some of the others, on some of the senators on the government side, want to be like the Prime Minister, they go and listen to the MP for St. Michael Northwest. Hear what he has to say about that. Put on your scarf. I can't see the other things, Mr. President, but put on one of the scarves. Look, Mr. President, I don't like to go back, but Senator Cummings thought she had a point to prove this morning, Mr. President. She thought she had a point to prove. So she went back, and she acted as though the Barbados Labour Party is the best thing since sliced bread when they're in government. Mr. President, I refer to the 2008 budget speech from the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister David Thompson, and former Minister of Finance. And an extract from his speech, Mr. President, he was shedding some light. He was reminding Bajans of what the Democratic Labour Party saw when they came to office. And he said, but it is my duty to tell you in simple terms that my government is still discovering cases of excessive spending and fiscal irresponsibility that can only be explained in terms of a regime that assumed that it will rule forever and that no one outside their government would ever discover the mess they were creating.
Same thing
Oh
happening now.
my gosh, Mr. President.
Happening now.
Oh my gosh. Crime and violence.
Same thing happening now.
He also continued on, Mr. President. Barbadians are already aware of the scandalous and sordid financial messes with the Greenland landfill,
Oh dear.
the GEMS project, the National Housing Corporation building at Warrens, Kensington Oval, the new Barbados to US currency prison, the bathroom facilities at Silver Sands,
Here. That's in here too.
and the wastage and squandermania at the Urban Development Commission, among others. This is 2008, Mr. President. I have not yet begun to deal with the ABC Highway project or the 35 million in roads in St. Philip, for which financial provision have not been made. Mr. President,
To that.
he went on to say, we also had to find $33 million to clear the National Housing Corporation's overdraft, $27.8 million for the Transport Board, $5 million for the Enterprise Growth Fund, $8.1 million for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital.
That can't get my.
Mr. President, the leader of government business made me read this to embarrass them, because this is an embarrassment, because they paint a picture that they're the best inside sliced bread. They can do no wrong. Yet, they are not transparent and they do not hold themselves to account. We have to wring everything out of them. Mr. President, when I was growing up, you used to hang the clothes on the line outside. Sometimes when you want your clothes to dry fast, you go and wring them. I shake them out. Bring out all the water. You have to wring information from this government, Mr. President. And you see it with hope.
Yes,
You see it. You see everybody hot and sweaty now. Big meetings to defend nonsense, Mr. President.
to defend him.
But Mr. President, it brings me, and I smiled when I listened to the presentation by the leader of government business and how she spoke about all of what she considered to be the bad management of the economy, the macro picture, she said. And this government mismanages money. And it continues today, Mr. President. It mismanages and it wastes. And what it doesn't mismanage and waste, it gives away.
You say that leopard can't change its form. No, but
It is very important, Mr. President, that we safeguard every dollar, every cent that taxpayers put into the Treasury or in any other statutory organization, corporation of this government, Mr. President. Very important. Housing is in a mess. And I am not only calling for hope, home ownership providing energy to be shut down today. I called for this a few weeks ago before they were exposed, Mr. President. Because how do we see it fit to spend taxpayers' money loosely when you have a National Housing Corporation that can do everything that Hope is doing? And this minister of vesting lands, because he can't be Minister of Housing. Can't be Minister of Housing, because they're on housing. Minister of vesting lands is now trying to throw the previous management of Hope under the bus. Like, as if he excludes himself from the process of managing. He should resign. If he does not accept responsibility, do like the Minister of Crime Prevention. Retreat. Retreat, Minister. Mr. President, hope, they're laughing because they all live in nice houses. Hope is wasting taxpayers' money. We are not opposed in the Democratic Labour Party. We are not opposed to spending $60 million in housing. We are not. But we need to get the houses. We need not to have squandermania. We need not to have corruption.
Oh dear.
Mr. President, how much of the taxpayers' dollars has this previous management in Hope taken? How much? And why or what took place that they got new management at Hope? Did corruption take place? Is the Minister of Vesting Lands aware of corruption, Mr. President? He has to be held to account. But there's also a Minister of Big Works, Mr. President.
Little works up there. Little works up there.
The Minister of Big Works. Everybody is defending Hope. Hope needs to shut down before it wastes more taxpayers' money, Mr. President. And that's the reality. It needs to be closed. It needs to be closed. The government is a great pretending government. Not only is it pretending to care about people, it is pretending that it can give away land and it is rich and it has enough money. Recently I saw a headline, Mr. President, free land. But I swear that bitches don't get some land free. The government is giving away prime real estate land to a profitable entity. Mr. President, I went on the website of the African Export-Import Bank, and they have assets of $32.2 billion US dollars, Mr. President. I agree that what they bring will be benefit to Barbados, but what they'll be asked to pay to the taxpayers of this country for the land will be very negligible, Mr. President. $32.2 billion in assets. The $300 million investment, less the land, because it's a done deal. It is a done deal. Just like the Horton Civic Center was a done deal. And we came in here, Mr. President, to pretend that it wasn't. To defend culture and heritage. So much so that one of our former senators is not here with us today. So much so that even the Minister of Culture, who sits in this chamber, had nothing to say, Mr. President. But she's smart. I see why she had nothing to say. Because she would not be here today if she spoke contrary to the Prime Minister. Mr. President, zero, the investment, Mr. President, is less than 0.9% of the bank's assets. A drop in the bucket, not even 1% of the bank's assets. The investment that they're making here. But we're giving away the land. But they will try to spin the story that the Democratic Labour Party is not interested in investment. We're interested in investment. But can we afford to give away land when there's so much critical issues that need financing? Mr. President, this estimates 2025 to 2026. It says estimated excess of total expenditure over current revenue, $1,155,240,134. We'll be rich. And you got to add that, Mr. President, to the $1.4 billion of deficit last year, and the government pretending that they can give away land. There's so much issues and so much money needed to deal with these issues. Mr. President, wastage. Taxpayers paying heavy for wastage. Steel frame homes. Housing is a mess. Housing is a mess. And the Minister of Vested Lands cannot name 4 developments that the government has executed since getting into office. I can do it. I can list some of the developments that the Democratic Party did because the leader of government business took us back there. Marshfield, St. Philip, Work Hall, St. Philip, Green, St. George, French Village, St. Peter, Fort Hill, St. Peter, Woodbourne, Arley Heights, River Crescent, Green, St. George, The Grotto, Sears Court, Stewart's Lodge, Country Park Towers, Valerie, Forest Roads, Lower Income Homes, and Constant St. George, Lancaster 1 and 2 in St. James, Woodburn in St. Philip, Riverview in St. Philip. Oh my God, we had a Minister of Housing and Lands back then. Oh, we come to this chamber to vest lands in this thing, and vest lands in Hope, and vest lands in NSC, and we are not seeing the houses built. Important steel frames, steel frame homes, Mr. President. The original cost moved from $29 to $53 million. And that was last year, middle of last year, March or so last year, Mr. President. That is a cost overrun of $24 million. That's significant. And that's almost equivalent. That's 82% of the original cost. How? When? Where? Who? You're probably going to blame it on somebody else as well, because they think that they just forget about this. Because when they overlooked private small contractors to convince Bajans that they will import these homes and build them in 4 to 6 months, we're 3 years on and not all these houses have been built, Mr. President. But we are down, looking down the barrel, $24 million of taxpayers' dollars that could have gone to welfare and social services in this country. This is what this government is presiding over. Housing is a mess. I'm surprised that in the reshuffle that minister was not moved. But maybe because he doesn't call the shots in the ministry, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government is a great pretender, pretending all is well when all is not well. So you end up wasting, you end up giving it away, you end up overspending, you end up overlooking corruption, and yet you're extracting billions of dollars from the taxpayers of this country. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the debt. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the debt, but just to say, Mr. President, that to the government, stop pretending. Stop pretending. They have bills to be paid. They have bills to be paid in this country. Stop wasting. Stop squandering. Mr. President, I cannot speak about wastage without speaking about regathering, Mr. President. What is the purpose of regathering? Does it have a core purpose that is going to benefit the people of this country? We have not heard that articulated yet. I am sure that there will be an attempt during the debate, but Barbadians are not convinced. Is there still a regathering? Is there still a regathering, Mr. President? When last we heard about regathering? The gathering gone quiet now. The gathering is silence, Mr. President. The gathering is silence, Mr. President. Mr. President, I looked in the estimates to try to find out what does this regathering spend. I had to wring it out of the estimates. Thank you, Senator. That's the truth. So, Control F And regathering comes up. Regathering in culture, Mr. President, Minister of Culture is here. Regathering in foreign affairs. Regathering in home affairs. Regathering international transportation. Regathering in tourism. Regathering in Vision 2025. Regathering in youth. Oh my God, Mr. President, regathering in energy. We can start us out. Regathering in culture. Regathering in foreign affairs. We can start us out. Mr. President, the money split across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9 ministries. It's not a joke. We make light of it here. But this is money that is scheduled to be spent. What is the benefit to taxpayers? How is it going to be spent? This is what we see. Picnic. A large stage with sound system, with lights and all sorts of fancy things that look as though Machel Montana coming to Barbados, Mr. President. You believe that, Mr. President? That's how we spending taxpayers' money. And the people in St. Lucie don't have good roads or can't get water. It's not a joke. I make light of it, but it's not a joke. We moved to Watertown to St. Peter, Mr. President. Street parade. Not a picnic, Forty Hill National Park. That clashes with the whole town celebration, Mr. President. Look at here where it's whole town, you hear no boy fighting. Nobody there said nothing bad about whole town. Nobody said nothing bad about whole town. The Minister of Culture cannot even be seen at whole town. Mr. President. Nobody could the representative right? I think Senator Blackman right? That's Senator Blackman right, Mr. President, because of the constituency. But we said that, do not dare go in Watertown, go to the gathering. That is what this government is doing. Watertown bad now. Watertown bad. I'm glad, if it's one thing that I acknowledge here, is the seriousness of Senator John King. God, it's no joke. He holds a high position in the regathering. High position. So I would expect a full account. I want the account of the spending. Barbarians want to know what is the purpose and the benefit to them. And I am not afraid to say, Mr. President, that the expenditure of regathering is going to be hidden in the National Cultural Foundation. I'm not afraid to say it. And the Minister of Culture is going to be at the feet of the expenditure for the regathering. But while the National Cultural Foundation will be asked to spend large sums of money, because that's just a start. St. Lucie is just a start. Imagine when you get up to St. Michael. But St. Michael Northwest, we don't get roads, we don't get water, water mains replaced, we don't get schools fixed. The ugly duckling. And matters made worse by the comments of the Member of Parliament, Mr. President. An embarrassment to the Barbados Party and to the people of St. Michael Northwest. So, but when the regathering moves up to St. Michael and Christchurch and St. James, the money gets spent. Not this $5.5 million in culture. No, man. More money gets spent. I guarantee you that. But regathering is no silent gathering. They had these, I saw a couple years ago, silent parties came up. You go in the party, you play out the music. So one body walking up, next body dubbing. Because everybody got their own music on. That's what regathering come to. That's what regathering come to. Mr. President, wastage. Well, we neglect the core things of our economy. Crop over. Planning for crop over. We don't have anything for the National Cultural Foundation or the Minister of Culture on the crop couple of happenings, but this March. Couple was just about a few months away. What are they going to do? Put together an opening ceremony that ministers attend, and that's good enough? Mr. President, I am made to understand that the National Cultural Foundation is in a mess. Since 2019, more than 50 people, 50 employees either resign or did not renew their contracts. In a mess. Are we gathering with taxpayers' money? I can guarantee you, Mr. President, that they will spend more of taxpayers' money that has been identified in this budget on regathering. And they will try their best to conceal the spend. And instead of the Minister of Culture focusing on the priorities of her ministry, and in particular the National Cultural Foundation, that they can't get no employees to stay. Talk about the leadership of that institution. Talk about the fact that for the last week, they even had access to email, so they probably do no work. They cannot do what they were charged to do when they go to the office. This is happening in this country. But the government is parading parish to parish, spending taxpayers' money. And I am happy that at least some of the beneficiaries are small people. But it doesn't justify the spending of large sums of amounts of dollars when we are staring our barrel of $1.1 billion deficit, and when we have so much challenges to face and to fix and to correct in this country. Mr. President, the government wants the DLP to withdraw itself from a conversation about reserves. And it uses a lot of emotive language about the state of reserves. We support adequate reserves. The Democratic Labour Party supports adequate reserves. What we have asked the government is that given the fact that most of the reserves is borrowed money, and they choose to hold such a high amount of reserves, 31 weeks, compared to the global benchmark of 12 weeks, what is the cost of that borrowing for the excess they are holding to taxpayers? They can try to flip it and swing it any way they believe, but that's what the question we ask. What is the cost of holding such an excess to the taxpayers of this country? They're holding 31 weeks. The global benchmark is 12 weeks. Why not 18 weeks, Mr. President? Why not 20 weeks or even 24 weeks, Mr. President? Why not double it and do 24 weeks, Mr. President? That's what we're asking, because it is a cost, and because taxpayers are not readily aware of the associated costs, they think they can come here and parade about going into the supermarket and able to pick something off the shelf. That's not what we're saying. How much is enough, Mr. President? How much is enough? Mr. President, the excess above the global benchmark of 12 weeks is about $1.9 billion, rounded off at $2 billion. And if the average cost of interest for the government was, say, 4.9%, that would cost taxpayers $97 million in 1 year. If it is below that 4.9% and above 4%, it will cost taxpayers $78 million a year. But if the interest, Mr. President, has risen above the 4.9% and at 6%, it will cost taxpayers a whopping $117 million a year. What could we be doing with $117 million a year? Or $97 million a year? Or even $78 million a year? Or even if it was $50 million a year? That's just the excess, Mr. President. And Mr. President, that is the question we ask. Tell Barbadians if those numbers are accurate or not. Or what is the cost that they have to pay. We support adequate reserves. But how much is adequate? When the global benchmark is 12 weeks, and you're not holding 24, you're holding 31. Mr. President, if the government held 20 weeks, because I heard it someplace else, the governor of the central bank making sport at this situation. Huh? See, when you become privileged, you've got to be very careful. Because I was there, I heard, he made a statement that 12 weeks, nobody don't hold 12 weeks anymore. And he cited all these other jurisdictions that hold in 30 weeks and 40 weeks and 20 weeks and so forth. And he said that 12 weeks popped down. But the other side of that is that we do not manage those economies. We don't know that if that is borrowed money that they have. We know in Barbados that the 31 weeks is borrowed money. So we ask the government, is this the right policy, holding such a big excess? If the government was to reduce, Mr. President, that 31 weeks to 20 weeks, Barbadians, not the government, Barbadians could save $60 million of interest payments in this year. That could be shoved off of this expenditure. And if you counting, we counted all the wastage, all of the excess spending, excess reserves, excess corruption. That's all. So don't fearmonger Barbadians. It is a simple question, it is a simple position. Why are you holding 31 versus 24 versus 20 when the global benchmark is 12? Now you don't want to hold the global benchmark, which is 12, but you want to hold the global benchmark for level of reserves, the debt to GDP, at 60%. So it's fine in one breath to say the national benchmark or the national target for debt to GDP is 60%, so we're heading for 60%. The global benchmark for reserves is 12 weeks, but we don't worry about that. We don't worry about that. Simple, Mr. President. That money, $60 million of savings, just making a little adjustment. I'm not going to get up and say, oh, the DLP made you all do it. It is for the betterment of the country. That $60 million could do what? Put some money into agriculture, Mr. President. We're going to reduce the deficit, then say you committed to a deficit. Put some money into agriculture, Mr. President. Put more money into some community programs. Improve the sports facilities around the island. That could build 200 homes under a real Minister of Housing and Lands, not a Minister of Vesting. Mr. President, another situation, Mr. President, and this is very important to the country. It's crime, Mr. President. It's crime. And Barbadians are not happy with the state of crime in this country. Nor is it the LP. And it is, I raise the issue not to lay blame on the government, Mr. President, but still to ask the government, what is your response? How much money, more money, is going to be allocated in the estimates? How much more money can we spend to safeguard our neighborhoods, our communities, our small businesses? Mr. President, no retreat, no surrender. Did the former Minister of Crime Prevention retreat, or did he surrender? Mr. President, and where all the spending, all the unapproved spending gone. Corruption and squandermania, Mr. President. We're talking about expenditure. We're talking about trying to make sure we have enough money to pay our bills. Mr. President, January 5th, a shooting in a public park in the Pine St. Michael. January 9th, a young man shot dead in St. Lucie. January 12th, man shot dead in St. Philip. 6 other persons affected personally. January 16th, shooting in the Pine again, Mr. President. January 18th, shooting in the Pine again, Mr. President. January 22nd, shooting in Silver Sands. January 23rd, shooting in St. Barnabas. January 23rd, gun robbery. January 23rd again, gunmen take up a taxi man and passengers. January 29th, shooting death in St. Thomas, Mr. President. February 5th, murder in Vauxhall. February 8th, 2 gun robberies, cars stolen in that process. February 15th, armed robbery and a home invasion. February 20th, man shot dead in St. Lawrence. February 20th again, armed robbery in 6 Roads. February 20th, shooting in Long Gap. February 23rd, shooting in Parishland. February 27th, shooting death in St. Michael, Wavell, Black Rock. March 1st, a shooting, robbery of a food business in St. Philip. On March 10th, armed robbery after a party cruise. Gun-related crime. I am not blaming the government. We are asking what is the government's response to this activity, Mr. President. How could we wean out the wastage, the $7+ million in the regathering, and redirect it to help our police service? How can we strengthen our judicial system with the extra $60 million that we are paying in interest payments because we decide that we're going to hold so much reserves, Mr. President? That is the crux of the matter. That is the crux of the matter. There's no politics in death. But we ask the government, Mr. President, we ask the government to take action and to use the money put there by the taxpayers wisely. Be good managers of the purse, the public purse. In the estimates, I see National Crime Prevention Program. I assume that includes the Peace Program, Mr. President. $20 million will be last 2 years. $20 million. It's a lot of money. And again, if not for the leader of the opposition, we would not have unearthed. He had to wring the information out of the government. That the government minister was making payments that were not approved, or so we have heard. He has since then resigned, Mr. President. But what's happened to the $20 million over the last 2 years? What will happen to the $12 million estimated in the coming year? Under the National Peace Program, sad to say, Mr. President, which has been a failure, crime, especially gun-related crime, increased. Murders increased. And the person that was in charge of crime himself was thrown under the bus by the Attorney General, who said he had to intervene to stop him from spending money in an inappropriate way. Taxpayers' money. No retreat, no surrender. This is not a good story the money, again, it is how does the government use the monies at its disposal for the betterment of the people? How does it do that, Mr. President? Time, Mr. President.
You have 5 minutes to wind up.
Mr. President, as I said, I could go on. There are a lot of issues in the country and flowing from expenditure, Mr. President. I shared with the Chamber and with Barbados the amount of money that this government has collected over the last 7 years, and including the upcoming year which we are debating today. Revenue from taxes, Mr. President, 25.5 billion. Non-tax revenue, 1.8 billion. Debt, 9.6 billion. Health services contribution, 528 million. Garbage and sewage contribution, 564 million. Fuel tax, an additional 82 million. Excesses at the pump for 15 months because it did not reduce the price at the pump to consumers who remain vulnerable to the government, $40 million. $38.1 billion, Mr. President. And that does not include the wastage. Hope, Mr. President. Steel frame homes, important, Mr. President. The BTMI slogan. But we waste money on the BTMI CEO as well, Mr. President. We gathering funds. Peace program. Splitting Ministry of Education into two now, Mr. President. The government going to pay more for this. It doesn't come. We can't just split a ministry in two and don't give the ministry support. Is that even incorporated in here, Mr. President, or will that come at the end of the financial year? Those are simple questions. Wastage with an oversized cabinet, of whom 5 ministers sit in this chamber. Yet, Barbados has not been transformed. Barbados has been transformed to a revenue-generating entity for the people that run the government. But the lives of people have not been transformed, Mr. President. The government must put people first. We need strong governance, Mr. President. A government that will build communities in this country, that will build prosperity among the poor and transform and enhance lives. I challenge, in closing, Mr. President, I challenge the members of the government on the other side to get up out of their seats and go down to Palmetto Street, High Street, Swan Street. Don't criticize the leader of the opposition. We have senior ministers here. Take a team down through these streets with the Nation newspaper and Barbados Today and ask the views of the people. See what they tell you. See what they tell you, Mr. President, about their reality. Ask them if they feel a difference in their households after contributing close to $40 billion and putting it at the disposal of this Barbados Party government since 2018. Barbados have shared in the burden. But you, the government of Barbados, are guilty for not sharing the bounty. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Walters. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of the sitting in the House for lunch and to return at 3:10 p.m.
The question is that the Honourable Senate be now suspended until 3:15 p.m. today. Will those Honourable Senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it. The Senate is suspended until 3:15 p.m. today.